Chapter 2433. Strength comes from so when Ponhu you mentioned the hidden house the second robber knew that this person wasn't someone to mess with. He frowned and said to the fourth robber, "Give him a stab, let's go." "Oh. Okay." The fourth robber paused, realizing that he'd gone too far. Xiaolong was on the ground, and his face was covered in blood. This didn't fit their plan. After hearing the second robber's words, the fourth robber took out a dagger and stabbed Xiaolong's butt. He said coldly, "Little bastard, don't try to be a hero if you don't have a few tricks up your sleeve. You're nothing but dog shit." Xiaolong's butt hurt, and he screamed again. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he almost fainted from anger. What kind of fucking people did they find? They said that they'd let him get stabbed in the arm to protect Xinyan, and then they'd run away, but now? Not only did they almost break his balls, but they'd also beaten him black and blue, and even stabbed his butt. Of course, that was fine, but what the fourth robber said at the end was a little fucked up. It made Xiaolong's heroic actions go up in smoke. He'd gotten hurt for nothing, and in the end, he'd had to stand up for himself after failing to show off. Lao Si was having so much fun beating up Xiaolong that he'd forgotten about Xinyan's jade pendant. Seeing how badly he'd beaten up Xiaolong, he quickly got out of the car with the other three to look for their next target, afraid that Xiaolong might die. The white boss sighed in relief when he saw the robbers leave. He couldn't do anything when Xiaolong was getting beaten up, and if he tried to stop them now, they'd probably beat him up even more. But the white boss was curious. Why did Xiaolong have to stand up for himself? Since when did Xinyan become his fiancée? There seemed to be some sort of secret here. Xiaolong, I didn't expect this. TSK, you're really good at acting cool. This is truly unprecedented, and no one will be able to surpass it in the future. Lin Yi looked at Xiaolong and said faintly, "There's a saying that goes like this: if you're strong enough, you're showing off. If you're weak, you're just an idiot." "Lin Yi, don't talk so much." Bro Kong stood up because he didn't want his classmate to be bullied. Ponhu Right walked over and helped Xiaolong up nervously. After all, he was the one who hired these robbers. Now that there was a problem, Xiaolong couldn't take it out on his family. It was supposed to be a friendly gesture with House Kong, but in the blink of an eye, Xiaolong had been turned into a bloody gourd by his own people, and his butt was bleeding profusely. What the hell was going on? Right Coiling Tiger was speechless. Xiaolong's last slash seemed to have been a hint from him to the robbers. Why was it so weird? Hiss. Xiaolong stood up. His legs were trembling. "Lin Yi, are you still a man? When the robbers came, you didn't dare to stand up. Bro Kong stood up, and you're still mocking him. What kind of mentality is that?" Ponhu Right knew that in Boss Bai's class, and with Boss Bai present, Lin Yi wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Naturally, he dared to mock Lin Yi. Oh, it's his fault for being a busybody. If Xinyan hadn't given the jade to the robbers, everything would have been fine, right? Lin Yi said faintly. Didn't you hear Xinyan say that the jade is very important to her? Right Coiling Tiger said angrily. What are you saying? Oh, if it's important, then I'll get it back. Lin Yi curled his lips indifferently. He pulled out a tablet from his pocket like magic and passed it to Han Jingjing. This tablet is very important to Han Jingjing too. So I got it back for her. Thank you, Lin Yi bro. Han Jingjing was overjoyed. She didn't expect to get her tablet back. As for her iPhone, it didn't matter. There was no important information in it, and she didn't care about how much it cost. What she cared about the most was this tablet. It's nothing. Lin Yi took out another wallet. This was Lin Yi's wallet. He weighed it in his hand and put it back into his pocket. He looked at Xiaolong. Say, are you looking for a beating? At first, the other students thought that Lin Yi's mocking of Xiaolong was inappropriate, but now that they saw Lin Yi take back Han Jingjing's tablet and his wallet, they were all impressed. So Lin Yi was confident that he could get them back. Xiaolong really was a troublemaker. If he didn't show up, Lin Yi could easily take care of it. He almost made things more complicated. Xinyan, on the other hand, was a little disappointed that Lin Yi didn't do anything. After all, the one she liked was Lin Yi. Even if she had to save the damsel in distress, she wanted it to be Lin Yi and not Xiaolong. Xinyan didn't like Xiaolong, but she didn't want him to be beaten up like this because of her. She felt guilty and blamed Lin Yi for arguing with Xiaolong at a time like this. But after seeing Lin Yi's actions and hearing Lin Yi's words, Xinyan immediately understood that she misunderstood. It wasn't that Lin Yi didn't want to help, but Xiaolong's appearance ruined Lin Yi's plan. Lin Yi could solve the problem quietly, but Xiaolong just had to complicate things. Lin Yi couldn't tell Xiaolong his plan in front of the robbers, otherwise Han Jingjing's tablet would be taken back again. Xinyan smiled bitterly as she shook her head. She remembered the first time she met Lin Yi on the train. Wasn't he the one who'd taken the money from the scammers back into his pocket without a word? He even took the scammers' money. Xinyan didn't even see how Lin Yi did it. It was unbelievable. Lin Yi was probably going to use the same move today, wasn't he? Thinking about Lin Yi's ability and comparing it to Xiaolong's recklessness, Xinyan felt that Xiaolong wasn't good enough. Compared to Lin Yi, Xiaolong was too weak. Tiger Right didn't expect Lin Yi to do something like this. He froze, as if he was struck by lightning. He stared at the tablet in Han Jingjing's hands, speechless. It took him a while to come back to his senses. He almost cursed out loud. Not only did he fail to please House Kong and Xiaolong, he didn't even get Han Jingjing's tablet. What? What was going on? Did he come all this way for nothing? Did he send out his Sky Class Master for nothing? Chapter 2439 _ School Bells Bodyguard Free Reading _ Chapter 2439. Do you have the ability or not? Updated. Chapter 2434. From Not Enough IQ, Lin Yi, if you're so good, why didn't you take back the stuff from the other students? Just take it back for you and Han Jingjing. How can you be so selfish? Isn't the loss of other students a loss? Panhu Wright was pissed off and finally found a good reason to attack Lin Yi. The students who didn't know the truth felt that it made sense after hearing Panhu Wright's words. Indeed, if Lin Yi was so good, why didn't he help them get back what they lost? And so, the students who had their stuff stolen looked at Lin Yi with disdain. How much stuff do you think I can stuff in my clothes? I didn't even take back Jing Jing's phone, or by Wei Tuo's wallet and phone. How could I help others? Lin Yi said faintly. Lin Yi's words made the other students who looked down on Lin Yi understand. Yes, Lin Yi didn't even take care of Han Jingjing's phone, or his roommate by Wei Tuo. How could anyone else? And Lin Yi was right. How much stuff could he stuff in his clothes? If he took too much, wouldn't he be discovered by the robbers? Panhu Wright saw the understanding expressions on the students' faces and knew that his attack on Lin Yi had failed. He felt embarrassed. All right, hurry and help Xiaolong back. Your IQ isn't enough, I don't blame you. Lin Yi said. Birds of a feather flock together. You and Xiaolong are both stupid. Otherwise you wouldn't have asked such a stupid question, and he wouldn't have done such a stupid thing. Panhu Wright cursed in his heart as he helped Xiaolong back to his seat. He was fuming, but he didn't dare do anything to Lin Yi. Hiss. Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cold air the moment he sat down. The knife in his butt didn't hurt his muscles or bones, but the pain was excruciating. He stood up the moment he sat down. Lil, you, brother you. Help me apply the medicine. Quick. All right. Yuponhu quickly took out a bottle of Dr. Kang's golden creation and sprinkled it all over Xiaolong's butt. Although the Kong family's pharmaceutical company had closed down, the Kong family still had a lot of stocks. One had to admit that the special edition golden creation was very useful. Xiaolong's butt stopped bleeding very quickly, and only then did Xiaolong sit back down with a slightly better expression. He started applying the special edition golden creation on his face. As for his balls that were about to explode from the kick, Xiaolong didn't mind it at all. He could only take some medicine to reduce the swelling, but the Kong family did not have such a special medicine. He only brought some common medicine for survival in the wild, and it took a lot longer to reduce the swelling. Phew. Xiaolong let out a breath of relief and said unhappily, "I say, brother Yu, what's going on? Why are these people fighting for real? Why are they beating me so hard?" Of course, Xiaolong didn't dare to have a falling out with Yuponhu right now. After all, Kong Mingming wasn't an elder of the Sky Elixir sect yet. Xiaolong still had many things to trouble Yuponhu for in the future, so he just wanted to vent his anger. However, he also believed that this wasn't Yuponhu's intention. Yuponhu wasn't an idiot. He tried so hard to come up with a great idea of saving the damsel in distress, and then messed it up. Wasn't there something wrong with him? I don't know either. Yuponhu said with a bitter face, "I told my grandpa what I wanted, and he said that he would send a sky class to help. Who knew that things would turn out like this? I'm sorry, Brother Kong, this is what happened. I'll definitely give you an explanation. Forget it, don't make it hard for your grandpa. These sky class masters all have their own pride." Xiaolong waved his hand. He didn't want to fall out with House Yu because of this, but it wasn't a problem to vent his anger on Yuponhu. However, he didn't dare to question old Master Yu. "I'll ask Grandpa what happened first." Yuponhu nodded and reached for his phone. He didn't find it, only then did he realize that he had given his phone to the robbers. He smiled bitterly, "I don't have my phone anymore. I'll find a public phone when we get to the ski resort, it's fine, there's no rush," Xiaolong said, gritting his teeth. Before, Lin Yi didn't pay attention to Yuponhu and Xiaolong. Although he was an earth class and had sharp eyes and ears, he still needed to use his senses to sense his surroundings. When he had nothing to do, he couldn't use his pure chi or enter the jade space to sense what people were doing and saying. Even a sky class master couldn't pay attention to these things all the time. What other things could he do? However, Lin Yi was wondering why Xiaolong would suddenly jump out. Just now, Yuponhu and Xiaolong both suffered a loss, and Lin Yi was afraid that they would play some tricks to take revenge on him, so he paid attention to them. He didn't expect to hear their conversation. It sounded like the robbers from before were hired by Right Coiling Tiger. Or some sky class master. But why didn't Lin Yi feel like a sky class master at all? When these robbers came, Lin Yi used his golden finger to sense them. These 4 robbers were all normal people, and the boss was only slightly stronger than normal people, but he hadn't stepped into golden class yet. He was only half a step into golden class. How could he be a sky class master? Could it be that there was a physical sky class master among them? Lin Yi shook his head. It didn't seem possible, right? As for Xiaolong's plan of saving the damsel in distress, it was even weirder. No wonder this kid jumped out all of a sudden. He wanted to put on an act, but things changed and he screwed it up. But Lin Yi was a little puzzled. These people were hired by Yuponhu. Were they here to help Xiaolong, or to ruin his show? Why did it look like they were here to ruin his show? Shaking his head, Lin Yi shifted his attention away from them. Xiaolong was gritting his teeth in pain, but he didn't say anything and just closed his eyes to rest. Xinyan looked at Xiaolong with pity in her eyes. She didn't like Xiaolong, but he'd gotten hurt because of her. It was kind of like, I didn't kill him, but he died because of me. It gave her a headache. How was she supposed to return the favor? Xiaolong's face was full of regret. Xiaolong, are you alright? Do you need us to send you to the hospital first? White Boss asked worriedly after seeing Xiaolong's condition. White Boss knew that Xiaolong had applied medicine, but he still asked with concern. Master Bai, I'm fine. I'll be fine in a bit. Xiaolong quickly shook his head. Chapter 2440 _School Bells Bodyguard Free Reading _ Chapter 2440 I am not smart enough. Update complete. Chapter 2435. Another robbery from Xiaolong, of course, wouldn't go to the hospital. He didn't manage to save the damsel in distress this time, and he had other plans to carry out when he went to the ski resort. That's good, let me know if you have any problems. Boss Bai nodded in relief. Xiaolong came from a medical family, and his medical knowledge was solid as well. If he felt that there was no problem, then there was no problem. He turned to the other students. Students, no one wants to see a robbery, but since it's already happened, there's no need to worry too much about it. I'll pay for everyone's expenses for this trip. Everyone, enjoy yourselves, don't feel burdened, and leave all the unhappiness behind. Okay. Thank you, Master Bai. Don't worry, we're not that weak. The students on the bus all voiced out their support after hearing Boss Bai's words. The robbery didn't really scare them that much, and other than that unlucky guy with glasses, the others only lost money. But Xiaolong getting beaten up after that was a bit too much for everyone to handle, but now that they knew that Xiaolong was fine, they let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Boss Bai nodded. I see that the cars in front are starting to move, and the road is almost cleared. That's great. The students cheered again. Lin Yi frowned as he watched the four robbers leave, but he didn't do anything else. In actuality, he had a backup plan. If Xinyan's jade was taken by the robbers, and Lin Yi didn't have the chance to take it back, he'd follow them out of the car, find a secluded place, and kill the four robbers to get the jade back. As for the other things taken by the robbers, Lin Yi didn't think about getting them back for the other students. What would he say after getting them back? Would he say that he killed the robbers? Then he probably wouldn't be able to go to this winter outing. Sure enough, after a short while, the highway was open to traffic, and the buses that the students were on also slowly started moving forward, but the speed wasn't fast. Because there were cars in front of them, they couldn't run for a while. If they really wanted to run, they would have to wait for a while. When the small cars in front started running, the bus would start running too. In any case, it was a great thing to have the train open. The students were very excited and gratified, and soon forgot the previous unhappiness. Another half an hour or so passed. The bus finally started moving on the highway. However, before everyone could rejoice for long, the bus suddenly slammed on the brakes. That was because a heavy truck had suddenly appeared in front of them. Actually, rather than saying that they were merging, it would be more accurate to say that the heavy truck was trying to force the bus to stop. This kind of dangerous action made even the tour bus driver, who drove the tour bus all day, break out in a cold sweat. He wasn't afraid of the robbery before. After all, he was the driver of the tour bus. Although this kind of thing was not common, it was still something that he had encountered before. However, the robbers generally wouldn't rob the drivers because the drivers who drove the big bar belonged to the travel company. They didn't have much money in their pockets. Other than a pack of cigarettes, they only had a few hundred yuan to pay for the highway toll. Hence, the robbers' targets were usually the passengers. But now, the situation was different. The heavy truck kept merging, braking, merging, and braking. Its intention was obvious, which was to force the bus to stop. It was a thrilling scene. After the students on the bus saw this, they were a little dumbfounded. They didn't understand why this trip was so difficult. They had just encountered a robbery, and now there was a heavy truck that didn't care about their lives. They didn't know what the heavy truck was trying to do. What good would it do to force the bus to stop? Creak, creak, the sound of the bus's brakes came one after another. Very soon, the bus's speed dropped from 100 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour. Then, the heavy truck finally stopped, and the driver had no choice but to brake. There had to be something fishy going on. This was the first time the tour bus driver had encountered such a situation. Playing this kind of trick on the highway was simply murderous. However, the heavy truck didn't seem to want to kill people, because it gave the bus driver enough time to react and brake. Although the heavy truck had been trying to force the bus to stop, it wasn't in a hurry. Instead, it did it step by step, letting the bus slow down slowly. Finally, it stopped the bus, reducing the danger to the minimum. "We may have encountered another robbery," the driver said with a pale face. He finally thought of the most impossible situation, but in fact, this was the most likely situation. What? Boss Bai was stunned after listening to the driver's words. How can we be so unlucky? We just encountered a robbery, and now there's another group of robbers. Can there be such a coincidence? After the other students on the bus heard the driver's words, their faces changed. They had just been robbed, and now there's another robbery. Why are we so unlucky to encounter such a thing? There were so many cars on the highway, and yet their bus had problems. As the people on the bus spoke, the driver's compartment of the heavy truck was opened. Two people came out, one tall and one short. After getting off, they walked towards the bus. Seeing these two, Lin Yi's eyelids twitched as he thought of something. He looked at the bloodied Xiaolong, and almost laughed out loud. This was too much of a coincidence. The two people who walked out of the truck looked very normal, but Lin Yi could tell their strength with one look with his golden finger. The tall one was an Earth-class late-phase peak, and the short one was a Sky-class early phase. Lin Yi wasn't afraid of the tall one. He was about the same level as Elder Bai, and in Lin Yi's hands, it was just one move. Lin Yi was an Earth-class mid-phase, and he wasn't afraid when he used the fifth form of Fire Bagua Palm. Now that he was an Earth-class mid-phase peak, and he could use the sixth form. What worried Lin Yi was the short Sky-class early phase. Lin Yi didn't have much confidence in killing this person. After all, he was a Sky-class, and Lin Yi was still an Earth-class, not even at Earth-class late-phase peak. But at least this Sky-class early phase didn't look too strong, and was only a normal Sky-class. He shouldn't be someone from the ancient world. Of course, this person was most likely a heaven stage expert sent by Right Coiling Tiger Rights U family. He should be the kind of person who was a hanger-on. He couldn't be too strong. Otherwise, if he was too powerful, he wouldn't be a member of the Hidden Right family. He would have long gone to an ancient sect or ancient family. Chapter 2441 The Campus Belle's Bodyguard is free to read. Another robbery completed. Chapter 2436. His face was ugly. If he succeeded, it would save him a lot of trouble. Of course, if he didn't succeed, Lin Yi had no other choice. He could only brace himself and fight. Since these two people were found by Right Coiling Tiger, Lin Yi didn't believe that they would dare to fight here. Moreover, such an obvious blockade on the highway would quickly attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. Look! Fortunately, Lin Yi made the right bet and succeeded. The sixth form, Frenzy Fire 8 trigrams Palm, was Lin Yi's first time facing an enemy. In the past, he only practiced it at home. The physical strength and true qi required was incomparable to that of an actual enemy. Only when Lin Yi truly used this form on the enemy's body did Lin Yi realize how much physical strength this form consumed. With Lin Yi's current strength, with his physical strength and true qi, he estimated that he could only use 3 palms. For Lin Yi, whose true strength was only in the earth tier, a heaven tier martial skill was still a little too strenuous. Although the fifth form, Frenzy Fire 8 trigrams palm, was equivalent to the 11th form of an ordinary martial skill. In theory, this was also a heaven-tier martial skill. However, this was completely because of the Frenzy Fire Fist. In reality, the fifth form of the Frenzy Fire Fist plus the 5 forms of the 5 elements 8 trigrams palm still belonged to the category of an earth-tier martial skill. It was just that Lin Yi was equivalent to the 11th form, not the 11th form. From the 6th form, Frenzy Fire 8 trigrams palm, it truly belonged to the category of a heaven-tier martial skill. After Lin Yi used the 6th form and then the 7th form, he felt like his entire body was about to collapse. It really consumed too much physical strength. Especially the 7th form, after it was successfully used, it seemed to have drained all the true qi in Lin Yi's body, causing Lin Yi to barely stand at the car door. He even had to use his hands to support the car door. It's all for nothing, 2 robber brothers. Lin Yi pretended as if nothing had happened and said, "Brother driver, I beat them away. Hurry up and drive. Don't worry about these 2 people. They won't die anyway." It was unknown whether the tall robber was dead or alive, but Lin Yi guessed that he was most likely dead. However, because the people in the car were all his classmates, Lin Yi couldn't say that he killed a robber in front of them. That would be too scary. This was also the reason why Lin Yi didn't get out of the car to chase after the 4 robbers. Oh, okay. When the driver saw Lin Yi deal with the 2 robbers by himself, he was relieved. He quickly reversed the car, turned the car around, and drove away from the heavy truck in front. Lin Yi said so. The students on the bus didn't think too much about it. They just felt that Lin Yi was powerful, but they didn't think that someone would die. Of course, except for Boss Bai, Han Jingjing, Right Coiling Tiger, and his 2 subordinates, no one knew how dangerous and terrifying the 2 robbers that Lin Yi was facing were. In the eyes of the driver and other students, the 2 robbers that Lin Yi dealt with were far worse than the 4 robbers from before. These 2 people were barehanded. They didn't have pistols, daggers, or even sticks, and they still wanted to rob. It was normal for Lin Yi to beat them off the car door. There was nothing strange about it. It was just that Lin Yi's skills were better. However, although Boss Bai wasn't a cultivator at the moment, when Lin Yi shouted the name of the move and the words of the short robber, Boss Bai understood how powerful this guy was. The 13th style of the heaven-tier martial technique couldn't even kill the short robber. What level of cultivator was he? He was at least a heaven-tier cultivator. This situation shocked Boss Bai, and he secretly thought that he was lucky. Fortunately, Lin Yi made a move. Otherwise, the students on the bus would be in danger. Of course, Boss Bai naturally couldn't guess that these 2 people were from the Hidden Right family. However, if Lin Yi could injure a heaven-tier expert, then what level of strength did Lin Yi have? Although Han Jingjing was only an alchemist, she could feel the true qi fluctuations on Lin Yi and the robber's cultivator. From this, she could also see the strength of the 2 cultivators. Although the tall cultivator's strength was fleeting, she could still feel it. As for the short cultivator, she could not help but feel it. After vomiting blood, he had been using true qi to heal himself, so she naturally knew. However, even if one of them was a peak late Earth tier expert, and the other was an early Heaven tier expert, Han Jingjing was not afraid at all. She believed that Lin Yi was stronger than them. The people with the ugliest expressions were Right Coiling Tiger and his 2 subordinates. They were all cultivators, and what Han Jingjing could feel, they could naturally feel as well. The moment the tall robber was hit by Lin Yi, he subconsciously wanted to use true qi to protect his body, but it was too late. Then, there was no sign of life, and he probably couldn't survive. And the short robber of the early Heaven tier couldn't even withstand one move from Lin Yi. What was going on? Of course, this wasn't the root cause of their ugly expressions. The root cause of Right-Coiling Tiger's ugly expression was that he suddenly realized that he was wrong, and that he had made a huge mistake. These two people, from the looks of it, were the masters sent by the hidden Right family, and the robbers from before were the real robbers. This could also explain why the robbers' actions were different from what Right-Coiling Tiger had expected, and why they didn't cooperate with Xiaolong, and instead made a fool of him. Thinking of this, Right-Coiling Tiger had the urge to cry. How could this be so coincidental? He arranged for the robbers, and he still met the real robbers on the way. This luck was enough to buy a lottery ticket. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Xiaolong suddenly realized that Right-Coiling Tiger's face was very pale, and his body couldn't stop shaking. I. Right-Coiling Tiger was about to say something when he saw Lin Yi walking over. His heart jumped, and his eyes darted around. Did Lin Yi see something? That shouldn't be the case. Although he was the one who found them, he hadn't seen these two people before, so how did Lin Yi know? Therefore, the Right-Coiling Tiger lowered his head and pretended as if nothing had happened. But it just so happened that when Lin Yi walked to their side, he stopped and stood next to Xiaolong and Right-Coiling Tiger's seats, not moving forward. Lin Yi, what are you doing? Are you trying to show off that you beat two robbers? What's there to show off? If you're so strong, why didn't you do anything when Big Bro Kong was fighting the robbers? Right-Coiling Tiger felt uncomfortable being stared at by Lin Yi. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask Lin Yi. Chapter 2443 _ Schoolbell's Bodyguard Free Reading _ Chapter 2443 updated with an ugly expression. Chapter 2437. Don't open the door yet. I'll go take a look. Lin Yi stood up and strode to the door in front. The bus driver was just about to open the window and ask the two men why they were driving like this, telling them that his bus had just been looted and there was nothing valuable left. But before he could open his mouth, Lin Yi spoke first. The driver hesitated and looked at Boss Bai. After all, he was just a driver for the travel company, and Boss Bai was the teacher of these people. In the end, it was best for Boss Bai to make the decision. Otherwise, if something happened to the students on the bus, the travel company might bear some responsibility. Boss Bai looked at Lin Yi, pondered for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Do as he said. Boss Bai knew that Lin Yi was a cultivator. Although he didn't know how high Lin Yi's combat index was, cultivators were always much stronger than ordinary people. Lin Yi must have said that because he wanted to get rid of the two robbers before they got on the bus. This was also Boss Bai's hope. If these two people got on the bus, the students on the bus would have no money in their pockets. They were not afraid of robbers, but he was afraid that these two people did not get anything valuable and would hurt the students on the bus in anger. Thieves would not leave empty-handed. Boss Bai also understood that these people wasted a lot of effort but got nothing. Naturally, they would not be happy. It was normal for them to hurt two students to vent their anger. Although Lin Yi could easily kill them on the bus, Lin Yi would definitely be restrained, afraid that when he killed one, the other would hurt the other students. So, it would be best if Lin Yi could get off the bus. Oh, okay. The driver nodded. Since Boss Bai had spoken, it was all Boss Bai's business if anything went wrong. He could get rid of the responsibility. Creak. The electric door of the bus opened, and Lin Yi happened to come to the door of the bus. The two robbers were about to get on the bus. Seeing the door open so cooperatively, they were stunned. Originally, they thought that if the driver was too afraid to open the door, they would break in. This kind of door was easy for the two masters to break, but they didn't expect the door to open by itself. Hello, robber brothers. As soon as Lin Yi opened the door, he greeted the two robbers, one tall and one short. The tall robber and the short robber were both stunned. What was going on with the people in the car? Is there something wrong with him? From the looks of it, it seemed that he was more than welcome to rob it. Otherwise, what was the point of greeting? "Excuse me, are you here to rob?" Lin Yi continued to ask. "We." The two robbers didn't know who Lin Yi was. They'd only seen Wang Xinyan and Han Jingjing's picture, and they'd heard from Pan Hu Right that there were only 2 girls in their class. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had to be the one sitting next to Wang Xinyan and Han Jingjing. They just didn't pay attention to him. After all, as long as he revealed his heaven rank power, Lin Yi wouldn't dare to act blindly without thinking. "Oh, you can go die now, bye." Lin Yi's words had successfully distracted the 2 robbers, and when Lin Yi finished speaking, he pushed out his palm and shouted, "Frenzy 8 trigrams palm, 6th form." This palm was aimed at the tall robber, the late phase peak earth class. With a loud bang, the robber was sent flying by Lin Yi's Frenzy 8 trigrams palm. He was like an arrow that had left a bowstring, shooting into a ditch on the side of the highway. He didn't even have time to scream before he stopped moving. Lin Yi's Frenzy 8 trigrams palm's 6th form was equivalent to the 12th form of a normal heaven class skill. The 11th form could cripple Elder Bai, and the 12th form could easily take out an earth class late phase peak Elder Bai. The short robber was shocked. He didn't expect the person to be a practitioner, and realized that this might be the Lin Yi that Pan Hu Right had mentioned on the phone. He wanted to teach Lin Yi a lesson, but what he didn't expect was that after Lin Yi hit the tall robber, Lin Yi sent another palm towards his chest. Frenzy 8 trigrams palm, 7th form. Lin Yi didn't stop after using the 6th form of the Frenzy 8 trigrams palm. He went straight for the 7th form. This was Lin Yi's strategy. Using the 6th form to trigger the 7th form had a higher chance of success. Pang! The raging fire chi surged out of Lin Yi's palm, concentrating on the chest of the short robber. The chi burst out in an instant, and the short robber screamed in pain, following in the footsteps of the tall robber. The short robber was sent flying by Lin Yi's Frenzy 8 trigrams palm's 7th form. Although he managed to stay on his feet after some distance, and didn't fall into the ditch like the tall robber, he still wasn't in good shape. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Lin Yi in disbelief, the 13th form of a heaven class skill. "How is this possible? You're a heaven class mid-phase." "No. You're not." After saying that, the short robber spat out another mouthful of blood. It looked like he had suffered a serious internal injury. When Lin Yi saw the short robber's appearance, he immediately relaxed. Success, he actually succeeded. Previously, Lin Yi also tried to use the 7th form of the Frenzy 8 trigrams palm, but every time he used it, there would be some obstacles. But this time, Lin Yi didn't expect that he would succeed in a moment of desperation. Although it was a bit shaky and not very skillful, he still succeeded in the end. Sure enough, in a critical moment, a person's potential was limitless. In the past, there was no pressure. Lin Yi just practiced step by step every day and deduced the martial skill. There was no sense of urgency, and he wasn't forced to a dead end, so he didn't succeed. But today, when facing a heaven class early phase expert, the 7th form was successfully used. But it had to be said that this was a very lucky thing. Lin Yi was really a bit risky. If he didn't succeed, then he would have lost the best time to make a move. And this heaven class early phase expert, Lin Yi didn't have the confidence to injure him. Although the 6th form of the Frenzy 8 trigrams palm was powerful, it was actually equivalent to the 12th form of an ordinary martial skill. That was the martial skill used by a normal heaven class early phase or peak heaven class early phase expert. In front of the short expert, it could only be regarded as evenly matched. If the two of them clashed, it was hard to say whether Lin Yi or the short robber would be injured, so Lin Yi could only choose to take the risk. Chapter 2438. Oh. Is that so? Lin Yi looked at Right Coiling Tiger with a faint smile. Who knew he was so weak? Those robbers from before were far weaker than the Sky and Earth class masters of the hidden house of you. You. What do you mean? What masters of the hidden house of you? Right Coiling Tiger looked at Lin Yi's faint smile and asked back like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Nothing, you know it in your heart. Lin Yi said lightly and walked to the last row. Brother Yu, why are you and Lin Yi talking in riddles? What do you mean? Xiaolong wasn't a practitioner, so he naturally didn't know the strength of the two robbers Lin Yi fought. He wouldn't have guessed their connection with the hidden house of you, so he asked in confusion. Brother Kong, we've made a mistake. Right Coiling Tiger said with a bitter face. Those two just now were sent by the hidden house of you. Those robbers before were real robbers, ha. Xiaolong's eyes widened when he heard Right Coiling Tiger's words. What? The robbers before were real robbers, and this time they were from the hidden house of you. Xiaolong felt like the world was spinning and he almost fainted. The lingering fear made him shiver all over. In other words, he had just walked around the gates of hell. Those people weren't from the hidden house of you at all. Why would they cooperate with his act? He was lucky that he didn't say anything forcefully in the end. Otherwise, he might have been beaten to death. Brother Kong, I'm really sorry. Who knew that things would be so coincidental? Right Coiling Tiger looked at the scared Xiaolong and said with a bitter smile. It's not your fault. Xiaolong listened to Right Coiling Tiger's explanation and his resentment towards him dissipated. It really wasn't Right Coiling Tiger's fault. Who would have thought that he would be so unlucky to meet a group of real robbers? But Xiaolong suddenly thought of an even scarier problem while feeling the lingering fear. He quickly asked, Brother Yu, didn't you say that the people sent by the hidden house of you were sky-class masters? How did Lin Yi get rid of them so quickly? He is indeed a heaven stage expert. Right Coiling Tiger sighed. A sky-class early phase, and an earth-class late phase peak, he said helplessly. Although these two masters were not the direct descendants of the Yu family, they were just hangers-on, just like Yu Dake who participated in the Hidden House Summit. After all, they were still part of the Yu family's power. Now that they were crippled by Lin Yi, Yu Panhu was very unhappy. Even if he was not the master of the Hidden Yu family, he would be one of the elders. He was happy that the Hidden Right family was strong, but he could not be happy that the Hidden Right family was badly damaged by Lin Yi. What? A sky-class early phase and an earth-class late phase peak. None of them were a match for Lin Yi. Xiaolong's eyes widened. God, what level was Lin Yi at? From what I can see, Lin Yi is only at the peak of mid-earth class. The only reason he was able to win was because of the element of surprise and the subtlety of his martial technique. Right Coiling Tiger observed carefully, however, there is no need to worry. In Boss Bai's class, Lin Yi won't kill us. Don't worry about his training. Xiaolong nodded and relaxed. Right Coiling Tiger was right. Seeing how Lin Yi killed without batting an eye, the two Hidden Yu family masters were either dead or crippled, and Lin Yi didn't hold back at all. But looking at himself and Right Coiling Tiger, although Lin Yi didn't have a good expression, he didn't use force. He used the strength of a practitioner to suppress them. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. This Lin Yi is really strong. Xiaolong sighed. Indeed. Right Coiling Tiger felt that he made a mistake. What did he mean by Lin Yi was afraid in front of a sky-class master? What was there to be afraid of? He attacked directly. This time, the family's loss was huge. They went for wool and came home shorn. The short robber was resting on the side of the highway for a long time. Only then did he catch his breath. Although Lin Yi's palm wasn't enough to kill him, his injuries weren't light. He quickly went to the ditch to check on the taller robber, but what he saw made his heart go cold. The taller robber's sternum had been shattered. His eyes were bulging out, and his mouth was foaming with blood. He was clearly dead. This situation made the short robber doubt Lin Yi's strength again. Was Lin Yi really just an Earth-class mid-phase peak? That palm didn't seem like it. To be able to injure him and kill the taller robber with one palm, how could an Earth-class mid-phase peak do that? Although there were elements of surprise and trickery involved, without that strength, it would be useless no matter how unexpected a sneak attack was. Thinking of this, the short robber's face darkened as he carried the taller robber's corpse to the back seat of the heavy truck. He said to the driver in front, "Drive back to the Hidden U family, quick." Yes. The driver was just a normal disciple of the U family, U15. He only had Earth-class mid-phase strength. He saw the scene just now and was quite frightened. If he got out of the truck, he would have become a corpse by now. Phew. The short robber let out a long breath. Looking at the taller robber's corpse beside him, he felt a chill in his heart. If Lin Yi had added another palm, he would have been crippled. If Lin Yi had added another palm, he would have died for sure. Originally, he was very confident in this operation because it was too simple. All he had to do was steal a tablet, cooperate with Xiaolong to show off, and then show off his sky-class early phase strength. That was it. He could go back and claim his reward. But now, it didn't seem simple at all. It was suicide. The car Lin Yi was in had long since driven far away. After Lin Yi returned to his seat, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate, quickly recovering his strength from the jade space. Han Jingjing seemed to remember that Lin Yi was cultivating, so she didn't disturb him and continued to fiddle with the tablet. As for Wang Xinyan, seeing Lin Yi's situation, she hesitated for a moment before taking off her jacket and moving towards Lin Yi. She didn't know why Lin Yi needed to cultivate after fighting the two robbers, but after thinking about it carefully, Wang Xinyan could roughly guess that the two robbers weren't good people. Perhaps they were masters, and they'd used up a lot of Lin Yi's strength. Although Xiaolong was sitting not far in front, after a period of internal struggle, Wang Xinyan still decided to help Lin Yi. She wanted to speed up the speed of his practitioner's arts so that he could recover faster. Chapter 2439. She was sure in her heart that she didn't like Xiaolong. Even if Xiaolong stood up and got beaten up, Xinyan only felt gratitude and sympathy for him. It was basically impossible for her to have a good impression of Xiaolong. Lin Yi didn't think that Xinyan would still make such a bold move when Xiaolong was in the car. It made him surprised and happy, but at the same time, he was confused. All the signs showed that Xinyan should like him, but why didn't she accept his confession? Although Xinyan's reason was that she had a fiancé, her actions betrayed her. If she really thought that Xiaolong was her fiancé, why would she be so close to him? Why wouldn't she stand up and care for Xiaolong after he got beaten up? Phew. Finally, after the car arrived at the destination, Lin Yi also recovered his energy. He breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he smiled bitterly. The raging fire Bagua palm was indeed very powerful. It could even injure a sky-class early-stage master, but using it was really exhausting. Lin Yi had only used the 6th and 7th forms, and he had already used up all his energy. It seemed that it was impossible to use the 7th form twice in a row. It might be possible during normal practice, but it might not be possible when facing an enemy. In this way, Lin Yi only had powerful martial arts methods, but he couldn't use them at full strength. It was a kind of sorrow. He could obviously fight against a sky-class early stage or even a peak early stage master, but because his own strength was too weak, he could only choose to retreat. However, Lin Yi shook his head again. He was really greedy. With the strength of a peak middle stage earth class, he had the strength to fight against a sky-class early stage master, and even seriously injure a sky-class early stage master. This kind of battle record was unprecedented, right? Although it couldn't be used frequently, it could be used as the last resort and last resort. Although the power wasn't as powerful as a chi bomb, it was much easier to use than a chi bomb. Even if it couldn't be used immediately, it could be used as a last resort. Although the car that Lin Yi was in had some trouble halfway, the driver still managed to catch up with the car in front. Although Lin Yi's car encountered some trouble halfway, the driver still managed to catch up with the car in front. December was a good time for skiing, and this place was also a tourist attraction, so there were many tourists. At least 2 or 3 students from 2 or 3 schools chose to hold winter outings here, including a high school. After the driver parked the bus, he told everyone to get off. The bus driver wiped the sweat off his forehead as he looked at the students getting off the bus. They had encountered 2 groups of robbers along the way. Fortunately, the second group was weaker, and there was a student who knew martial arts. Before the robbers could get into the car, the robbers were chased away. Otherwise, things would have been very troublesome. However, the students didn't think as much as the bus driver. When they arrived at their destination, all of them were in a good mood and had long forgotten about the previous unhappiness. They had regained their spirits and were excitedly discussing the scenery and attractions of the ski resort. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Xiaolong and Tiger Right's group. Xiaolong's face was pale, and he grimaced in pain. The wounds on his butt and face were mostly healed, but his balls were hurting. It wouldn't be healed in a short time. Right Panhu, on the other hand, was panicking. He had to call his family to confirm if the 2 masters they sent were the ones Lin Yi had crippled. Lin Yi, Han Jingjing, and Wang Xinyan got off the bus, and Bai Weitua and Zhao Xingji also got off with Yi Meiyue and Chai Xiaoling. Because we wasted a lot of time on the road, but in the end, we were all safe. I'm afraid everyone is hungry now, right? I've booked a few tables of delicious food at a nearby restaurant. Let's go eat something first. Only when you're full will you have the strength to ski. Boss Bai said after all the students got off the bus. When the students heard Boss Bai's words, they were really hungry. After all, it was already noon, and with the fright on the bus, their stomachs were already empty. They all agreed. Although this winter outing was held in the faculty, after arriving at the ski resort. In fact, it was still an activity for each faculty. After all, none of the resorts and hotels here could accommodate all the biology students, so the task of leading the students to eat and stay fell on the head of the faculty. Boss Bai, on the other hand, found a restaurant and ordered some delicious food. The students went to a small restaurant nearby. Although the restaurant didn't look very luxurious, it had a rustic feel, and there were many customers inside. Boss Bai had clearly told them beforehand, so when everyone arrived, the dishes were quickly served. Although they were all ordinary farm dishes, they were very exquisite, making people salivate. After Lin Yi, Han Jingjing, and Wang Xinyan sat down, unexpectedly, Xiaolong sat on the other side of Wang Xinyan. Originally, this seat was supposed to be Yi Meiyue's, but because Yi Meiyue was a step slower, Xiaolong took the seat first. Wang Xinyan was sandwiched between Lin Yi and Xiaolong, and her face froze. She was blaming herself in her heart. Why did she sit so close to Lin Yi? Wasn't that giving him trouble? Wasn't Xiaolong here now? Yi Meiyue walked to Xiaolong's side helplessly. Senior Kong, you're sitting on my seat. This is your seat. Xiaolong pretended to be surprised. When we entered the restaurant, didn't Professor Bai say that everyone could sit wherever they wanted? But, I'm good friends with Wang Xinyan. You wouldn't let me stand here alone, would you? Yi Meiyue blinked, deciding to help Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan. Junior sister, it's not that I don't want to give you my seat, but I'm injured. Look, I'm injured all over my body. You won't be so inconsiderate as a senior, will you? Xiaolong smiled bitterly and said pitifully. Yi Meiyue was speechless. She didn't think that Xiaolong would come up with this reason, but she really couldn't reject it. Why don't you switch seats with Lin Yi? He's not injured, and he's very healthy. He even fought off 2 robbers just now. Xiaolong kicked the ball to Lin Yi. Forget it then. He Meiwei was a little speechless. What was the point of swapping Lin Yi out? Xiaolong didn't think that being injured would be a blessing in disguise. If He Meiwei wanted to switch seats with him, he wouldn't have any reason to reject her. To be continued. Chapter 2440. Lin Yi didn't expect Xiaolong to be this shameless, but there was nothing he could do about it. Out of sight, out of mind, out of mind. The food here was really good. Perhaps it was because everyone was hungry, but they couldn't stop praising these farm dishes. Xiaolong wanted to find something to talk about with Xinyan, but everyone was eating, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. He didn't know what to say. These few days, Xiaolong had been reading a novel that Kong Mingming had recommended to him. It was called So Pure, So Flirtatious Prequel. It was said that there were a lot of tips on picking up girls and interesting things to do at the ski resort, so he decided to study it at the last minute. He was really engrossed in it, thinking that it was really useful. He suddenly remembered that the main character in the novel liked to tell jokes to his girlfriend, and that made the girl laugh out loud. Xiaolong felt that he should tell Xinyan a joke as well. I'm sure everyone's depressed because of the robbers, right? Seeing that everyone's so focused on eating and not talking, why don't I tell you a few jokes? Xiaolong said. Sure. Tiger Right, who wasn't far from Xiaolong, was the first to cheer. This joke is actually a brain twister. Xiaolong turned to Xinyan with a smile. What's that? It comes out from the butt, but it's still edible. Wow. Everyone froze, and even Tiger Right's expression froze. He felt a little disgusted. They were all eating, why did they mention something that came out of the butt? Wasn't that shit? Xinyan, do you know? Xiaolong didn't notice the weird expressions on everyone's faces. He was focused on making Xinyan happy, and didn't think too much about it. He was an idiot when it came to relationships, or else he wouldn't have gone to those books to learn how to pick up girls. I don't know. Xinyan was focused on her food, and her face froze when she heard Xiaolong's words. She was speechless. It seems like no one knows. Then I'll reveal the answer. Xiaolong said proudly. The answer is, an egg. Ha ha ha, an egg comes out of a chicken's butt. How's that? Fun, right? Ha ha ha. Xinyan's chopsticks just happened to be holding a piece of egg. Her hand shook, and the egg fell onto the table. His expression was as strange as it could be. Ugh. Xiaolong realized that something wasn't right, too. He didn't expect Xinyan to be eating an egg at that exact moment. He felt a little awkward. Xinyan, I was just joking, ow. Don't mind it, keep eating. Eggs come out of a chicken's butt, but don't they have shells? There's a saying that goes, make mud without being stained. This is the principle. Ahem. I'm full. Xinyan put down her chopsticks, having lost her appetite from Xiaolong. Lin Yi picked up a piece of egg and put it in his mouth. He looked at Xiaolong faintly. Done. Ugh. I'm done. Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat. He didn't believe that Lin Yi would do anything to him in front of everyone, but Lin Yi's calm tone just now was enough to scare him. Xiaolong couldn't help but get nervous. If you're done, then hurry up and eat. Lin Yi took a bottle of corn juice and gave it to Xinyan. Have some corn juice, you don't seem to have eaten much, oh. Xinyan took the juice. She really didn't have much of an appetite after Xiaolong made her lose her appetite. Xiaolong was a little annoyed, it seemed like his brain wasn't working properly after the beating. He said something that pissed Xinyan off, but he didn't dare say anything else. He just sat there quietly and ate his food. Su Lingzi was the leader of the gangsters around the ski resort. Whenever he had nothing better to do, he'd bring his two lackeys, Ada and Air, around the ski resort, collecting protection fees from the businesses nearby. Teasing pretty girls was something he enjoyed doing every day. Of course, the reason why Su Lingzi was able to do so well here without the ski resort taking any action was because he had a good uncle. His uncle was the general manager of the ski resort, and he turned a blind eye to his nephew's actions. The businesses in the ski resort were already making a lot of money anyways, and even if his nephew tried to extort them, they wouldn't stop paying the second year's rent. As long as there weren't any problems with the accounts, the chairman of the group wouldn't pay attention to the details of a ski resort under his banner. Today, Dazi Su brought his two lackeys to the farmhouse where Lin Yi and the others were, but when he saw that the place was full today, Dazi Su's face turned ugly. Air, clear out a table for me. Su Lingzi ordered his two lackeys. Yes, brother Lingzi. Ada and Air quickly answered and started choosing their targets. While Ada and Air were choosing their targets, Su Lingzi's eyes didn't stay idle. He looked at Wang Xinyan. This was a first-class beauty, and Rash Su's hobby was to flirt with beauties. His eyes lit up when he saw Wang Xinyan. Wait! Su Lingzi waved his hand, signaling Ada and Air to slow down. What's wrong, brother Lingzi? Ada quickly asked. There's a pretty girl. Su Lingzi pointed at Wang Xinyan's table. Han Jingjing was a pretty girl, but she was eating and playing with her tablet with her head down, so Su Lingzi didn't see her. Plus, the first person he saw was Wang Xinyan, so he automatically ignored everyone else. Su Lingzi walked behind Wang Xinyan with a smile, looking left and right. On one side was Lin Yi, and on the other side was Xiaolong. Su Lingzi wasn't an idiot. He saw that Lin Yi was unharmed, and Xiaolong's face was full of bruises, so he decided to pick a pushover. Pretty girl, not bad. I like it. Su Lingzi teased Xinyan and slapped the back of Xiaolong's head, yelling, Kid, stand up. Fuck. Fuck. There was a big bump on the back of Xiaolong's head. Although he'd applied some medicine, it wasn't completely gone, and Su Lingzi's slap made him grimace in pain. He jumped up and glared at Su Lingzi. He'd already been pissed off enough. A couple of real robbers beat him up, and he didn't know what was going on. He got beaten up for nothing, and now he couldn't find anyone to take revenge on. After being scolded by Lin Yi, he didn't dare piss off Lin Yi, so he could only endure it. But after being slapped on the head by a gangster, Xiaolong couldn't take it anymore. To be continued. Chapter 2441. Especially when he wanted to tell jokes to Xinyan, but not only did he fail to do so, he made her so disgusted that she couldn't eat anymore. He couldn't let go of this chance to make up for it. Xiaolong stood up abruptly and pointed at Dazi Su. Do you want to die? How dare you tease my fiancé? Do you know who I am? Are you trying to be cocky with me? I wouldn't have bothered with you if you just stepped aside. Air, beat him up. Dazi Su looked at Xiaolong's bruised face. No wonder he was covered in bruises, he was asking for a beating. Yes, Dazi bro. Ada and Air walked over, smiling darkly. Both of them were experts in fighting. Ada picked up a plastic stool and put it over Xiaolong's head, locking him in place. Air, on the other hand, aimed a kick at Xiaolong's crotch. Ouch! Xiaolong's upper body was covered by the plastic stool, and he couldn't tell north from south. He couldn't see what was going on in front of him, and he didn't know how to dodge. Air's kick hit him squarely, and his vision went black as he knelt on the ground. This was the second time he'd gotten his balls kicked today, and he'd almost exploded. Fortunately, he had some experience protecting his crotch, or he wouldn't be able to do it after today. Tiger Yu was eating at the other table when he saw Xiaolong getting into trouble. He wanted to see what was going on, but before he could understand what was going on, Xiaolong got beaten up. Tiger Yu paled. Xiaolong had just gotten beaten up, and if he got beaten up again, wouldn't he have to be hospitalized? He was so scared that he quickly ordered the yellow hair and purple hair, "Hurry up and save Brother Kong." "Yes, what about those gangsters?" Yellow and purple quickly stood up and asked as they walked. "Beat them up, just don't die." Tiger Yu was pissed as well. Today wasn't going well at all. All sorts of random people were jumping out at him. Why was he so unlucky? With right coiling Tiger's order. The yellow-haired man and purple-haired man naturally had no scruples. Each of them grabbed Ada's and Air's hair and lifted them up. With a gentle turn, Ada and Air were like goods. They were thrown into the restaurant's ceiling with a loud bang. Then the two men fell from the ceiling to the ground. There was another loud noise. Air was still fine, but Ada's head was facing the ground, and he fell like a dog biting you. All of his teeth fell out, and his mouth was filled with blood as he cried out miserably. Even Days Su was dumbfounded. Although he was a hoodlum, he was usually brave and aggressive. But he had never seen a fight like this. Were these two people Hercules or something? Ada and Air were sent flying with just a gentle swing. Stunned Su's expression changed. He knew that he'd met a real tough opponent today. He wanted to apologize with a smile, but the yellow-haired man and purple-haired man wouldn't give him the chance. The yellow-haired man grabbed his hair and kicked him down. Then, he and the purple-haired man kicked him and Air, turning them into 3 bloody gourds. The yellow-haired man and the purple-haired man were both practitioners. Even if they didn't use pure qi, beating these hoodlums was a piece of cake. Phew. Xiaolong finally removed the plastic stool from his head, breathing heavily as he glared at the 3 people who'd made him attack. He started kicking and kicking them. The 3 who were already half dead were crying for their fathers and mothers. "I didn't know that your men were so good at fighting." "Then why didn't you do anything when Xiaolong was getting beaten up in the car?" "You're talking about me, aren't you?" Lin Yi said indifferently. "I." Coiling Tiger Yu paused, remembering that he didn't let the yellow-haired man and the purple-haired man do anything. Lin Yi probably saw something wrong, but he couldn't admit it right now. He laughed it off. There were so many people on the car, and the robber had a gun. "I let my men do it, but I couldn't guarantee the safety of the other students." Lin Yi smiled and didn't say anything else. However, after Stunned Su was beaten up, the owner of the restaurant secretly called the general manager of the ski resort. Stunned Su and his men had done a lot of bad things, and the owner of the restaurant hated them. Not only did they collect protection fees, but they also came here to eat and drink for free. But at the end of the day, Stunned Su was the nephew of the general manager. Something happened in his restaurant, and the owner of the restaurant wanted to distance himself from it. And so, after Coiling Tiger Yu's men beat up the hooligans, a group of security guards rushed in and surrounded Xiaolong and Tiger Yu. "Kid, you've got some guts. You dare hit our general manager's nephew." The security captain sneered as he looked at Coiling Tiger Yu, the yellow-haired man, the purple-haired man, and the beaten-up Xiaolong. "He's lucky he didn't die." Coiling Tiger Yu, of course, wasn't afraid of these security guards. "Yellow hair, purple hair, he's too talkative. Throw him out." "Yes, Master Yu." The yellow-haired man and the purple-haired man replied and walked towards the security captain. The yellow-haired man grabbed the security captain's collar directly. However, when he was about to grab the security captain's collar, the security captain actually broke free in an instant. "Ha!" The purple-haired man looked at the security captain, surprised. Golden class mid-phase. The security captain's face changed. He didn't think that the people in front of him could see through his training. This meant that the people in front of him weren't normal people. Who are you people? The captain of the security team hesitated for a moment, and his tone softened a lot. Someone who knew about cultivators and could tell his strength was at least a cultivator. The security captain only used his pure chi when he dodged, and that was how the people in front of him saw through his strength. Ha! The purple-haired man laughed coldly, showing off his mystic class mid-phase strength. He didn't dare to show off in front of Lin Yi, but a small security captain was only a golden class mid-phase. He didn't put him in his eyes. Mystic class mid-phase. The security captain's face changed. He hesitated and cupped his fists. Which road are you from, sir? Don't rush into the Temple of the Dragon King. The ski resort I'm at is the property of the Fire Wolf Group. Fire Wolf Group. Coiling Tiger you paused. He didn't think that the ski resort was the property of the Fire Wolf Group. Yes. The security captain's face changed again. To be able to call out the Fire Wolf Group meant that these people knew quite a bit. Chapter 2442. I'm from the hidden house you. Your people started harassing our classmates the moment they came in, and Brother Kong couldn't stand it anymore. He scolded them a bit, and they started fighting. I just asked my men to teach them a lesson. You Coiling Tiger knew that the fire wolves weren't to be messed with, but he wasn't afraid of these small fry in the gang. So you're a master from the hidden house you. Sorry for the offense. The security captain nodded. Since you've said it out loud, let's forget about it. We'll mind our own business. With that, the security captain said to the other security guards, carry young Master Su, let's go. Yes. The security guards left as quickly as they came. In the blink of an eye, they were far away. Most of the students in the class were confused. Why did these people come in such a threatening manner, and you Coiling Tiger left after saying a few words? Of course, this was also because they were far away, and they didn't hear what you Coiling Tiger and the security captain said. Lin Yi, however, frowned. It seemed that he had underestimated the fire wolves and red conches. They really had a lot of businesses. Boss Bai was eating with the other teachers in the private room, and he didn't notice what was happening outside. Bai Weitua saw that the matter was resolved, and naturally, he didn't report it. After lunch, Boss Bai brought everyone to a shopping mall in the ski field. He said, everyone can rent skis here. I'll pay for it, but if you need to buy a skis, you'll have to pay for it yourself. Although everyone's money had been robbed along the way, the bank cards in their wallets were still there. The merchants here all supported credit cards, so some students didn't like to use rented old goods and preferred to buy a new pair of skis. Xiaolong was one of them. He had offended Wang Xinyan before, and he wanted to make it up to her. He quickly walked to Lin Yi, Wang Xinyan, and Han Jingjing. Xinyan, what kind of skis do you want? I'll buy one for you. This was a trick Xiaolong learned from the book, so pure, so flirtatious. He didn't know much about skis, but before Xinyan said anything, he pretended to be knowledgeable and said to the shop owner, Boss, do you have skis suitable for girls? I want the Murloc card. There are special ones for girls, but the skis of the entertainment brand. The boss hesitated and said, the skis of this brand aren't particularly easy to sell. Why don't you choose another brand? No need. Xiaolong said firmly, I want the Fishman ski. It's this brand. There's no doubt about it. Don't worry so much. Hurry up and get it for me. Do you think that selling this brand won't bring you any profits? I can give you more money. Lin Yi was a little speechless at Xiaolong's behavior, but House Kong was indeed a nouveau riche family. Dr. Kong started with a prescription, and didn't even know much about medicine, calling himself Dr. Kong. Buy it yourself. We will buy another brand. Lin Yi glanced at the skis the boss took out and said directly. Lin Yi, when it comes to fighting, you're the best. But when it comes to snowboards, I'm a professional. Xiaolong had been reading and learning these days, and the Murloc card was a very high-quality ski. That was why he asked for it. Oh, don't regret it. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly as he pointed at another brand of snowboards on the counter. I'll take this. Give me 3 pairs, 2 for women, 1 for men. Okay. The boss nodded. He gave Xiaolong a pair of skis from the entertainment brand, and gave Lin Yi 3 of the most popular skis in the shop. Xiaolong's face wasn't looking good. It seemed that Xinyan didn't believe him at all, and chose to believe Lin Yi instead. But Xiaolong wasn't in a hurry to turn on Lin Yi. If he lost his composure in front of Xinyan, she would look down on him even more. So Xiaolong felt that it was better to take things step by step. He still had an important plan to implement. There was no need to be calculative over a temporary loss. After buying the skis and some ski equipment, Lin Yi, Xinyan, and Han Jingjing left the shop. Some of the other students also bought some ski equipment. Although the skis could be rented, it was better to buy the ski shoes and goggles themselves. Xinyan was holding a pile of things Lin Yi bought for her. She felt very conflicted. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't bring her bank card and gave all her cash to the robbers, she wouldn't have asked Lin Yi to spend money. But she was even more unwilling to ask Xiaolong to spend money. Although she didn't make a clear statement to Lin Yi, she had been so intimate with Lin Yi. Deep down in her heart, she already considered herself as Lin Yi's woman. She also believed that with the buffer of 4 years in university, Lin Yi would definitely be able to make the Sky Elixir sect compromise. As a result, Xinyan didn't want to owe Xiaolong anything. If she were to take something from him now, it'd be troublesome for her to pay him back in the future. So, after some internal struggle, Xinyan decided to take it. Lin Yi didn't expect Xinyan to have so many thoughts. After changing into ski equipment, Lin Yi asked, Jingjing, Xinyan, do you guys know how to ski? Lin Yi asked Han Jingjing and Xinyan, a little amused as he saw Bai Weituo fall a couple of times after changing into his ski gear. No, but it doesn't look hard. I can give it a try. Han Jingjing had been observing people who were good at skiing for a long time, and she had a general understanding of the rules. Xinyan, on the other hand, was a little hesitant. She looked at Zhao Xingji and Chai Shaoling holding hands, learning how to ski. She didn't expect Zhao Xingji to be so good at skiing despite being so fat, and Chai Shaoling was obviously learning under his guidance. This scene made Xinyan wonder if Lin Yi would teach her the same way if she didn't know how to ski. But at that moment, Xiaolong walked out with his skis and smiled at Xinyan. Xinyan, you don't know how to ski, do you? Let me teach you. Auntie knows about the winter outing, so she asked me to take care of you. Xiaolong didn't know much about snowboards, but that didn't mean he didn't know how to ski. Quite the contrary, he'd rented a set of ski equipment a couple of days ago when he was scouting the area with Tiger Right. He'd spent the whole afternoon learning from the ski instructor, and while he couldn't say that he was a great skier, he was pretty good. To be continued. Chapter 2443. Xiaolong didn't have many good points, but he was very good at learning. He'd memorized all the important points the coach taught him just for this moment. Oh, I don't know how to do it either. Teach me and Xinyan, Lin Yi said expressionlessly as he looked at Xiaolong. Ah. Xiaolong blinked. What? You don't know how to do it? Yeah, Xiaolong, since you're so passionate, you wouldn't just teach Xinyan and not me, would you? You wouldn't discriminate when Boss Bai encourages students to help each other, would you? Lin Yi said faintly. Xiaolong didn't know what to say. He didn't think that Lin Yi would jump out at this time, but there was nothing he could do. Alright, I'll ski 1 round, and you watch me ski. How much you learn will depend on your ability to learn. Xinyan's a girl, and I've been asked by her parents to take care of her. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but I don't have enough time. Oh, go ahead then. Lin Yi nodded. Xiaolong quickly changed into ski shoes, skis, and goggles. Watch me, guys. Xiaolong said after getting everything ready. Oh. Lin Yi responded, a mocking look in his eyes, but Xiaolong couldn't see it when he turned around. He warmed up and started skiing according to the skills he'd learned from the coach. Skiing wasn't hard. As long as you didn't make sharp turns or race, and didn't do anything dangerous, normal people could learn it in a short amount of time. Xiaolong had practiced it before. It didn't take long for him to get the hang of it. Xiaolong skated faster and faster. He wanted to show off in front of Xinyan, but tragedy always happened when he was feeling proud. With a loud crack, Xiaolong's skis actually broke. Xiaolong fell head first onto the ground, rolling down the slope like a snowball. He rolled for a long time before he stopped, but his hair and body were covered in snow. He struggled for a long time before he finally got up. Coiling Tiger had been squatting far away with his two subordinates. Panhu didn't like skiing, and he was only here to accompany Xiaolong. While he was doing nothing, he saw something happen to Xiaolong. He hurriedly led his men and ran over. Kong bro, are you alright? Tiger Right helped Xiaolong up. No. I'm so fucking unlucky. Xiaolong looked at the broken skis under his feet, speechless. His luck today was unusually bad. The ski broke. This thing can break. Could it be Lin Yi's doing? Right Coiling Tiger frowned, thinking back to the Hidden House conference. Lin Yi had caused Xiao Qibing to fail for no reason. He suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Lin Yi? It couldn't be, right? I didn't even let him touch my skis. Xiaolong hesitated, unsure of what he was thinking. It's hard to say. He didn't touch your skis. However, he was a cultivator. What if he hit a pebble or something? It could break your skis too, right? Right Coiling Tiger said. Let's go find Lin Yi. Xiaolong couldn't take it anymore and took off his skis. He grabbed the skis and went to find Lin Yi to demand an explanation. Xiaolong, your skiing skills are amazing. You even did a front somersault in the middle of the skis. We can't learn that. You'd be able to participate in a figure skiing show, Lin Yi said mockingly. He was pissed when he remembered that this guy was Xinyan's fiancé. Lin Yi, did you do this? Did you break my skis and embarrass me in front of Xinyan? Xiaolong ignored Lin Yi's mockery and questioned him directly. Xiaolong's words made Xinyan glance at Lin Yi. Xinyan didn't like Xiaolong and didn't want to have anything to do with him, but Xiaolong was still her official fiancé. Since Xinyan didn't want to be with him, she didn't want Lin Yi and Xiaolong to have any conflict. She didn't want to be with him, and she didn't want anything bad to happen. What did I do? Lin Yi paused and remembered the broken skis in Xiaolong's hands. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're talking about the skis. Humph. It's good that you admit it. Xiaolong humphed coldly. Admit what? Admit what? You bought a pair of skis made from low-quality steel. The steel is hard and brittle in this cold weather, and the skis must be made from aluminum alloy. Don't tell me you don't know that. Lin Yi mocked. You spent a lot of money to buy a piece of trash, and you're saying that someone broke it? Is that so? Xiaolong paused and said, that's impossible. I bought the Fishman skis, the best skis out there. How could there be a problem? It's a knockoff, right? Lin Yi smiled. Xiaolong's eyes slid to the skis in his hands. When he saw the words, entertainer, on it, his face twitched. How was this a Fishman skis? It was a knockoff with the same name. He looked at the quality of the skis again. It was really bad. It was a piece of trash used to make up the numbers. Xiaolong couldn't help but blush. He didn't notice these details at all. He didn't think that Lin Yi would have noticed it long ago. Why didn't you tell me before? Xiaolong felt a little guilty, but he was still angry that Lin Yi didn't warn him earlier. He wouldn't have made a fool of himself and fallen so hard. I told you, don't regret buying it. You didn't listen, Lin Yi said. Fuck. Xiaolong thought about it and recalled that Lin Yi really did say something like that, but he thought that Lin Yi was just arguing with him. Who would have thought that it wasn't the case? It was his fault for not taking it seriously. Xin Yan, on the other hand, thought that Lin Yi was a magnanimous person, maintaining his composure in front of his love rival. He even warned Xiaolong beforehand, but Xiaolong didn't listen. He brought this on himself, so who could he blame? Xin Yan blushed at the thought of the word love rival. How could she think like that? She'd have to wait at least 4 years before she graduated from university. Xin Yan, Jing, did you guys understand Xiaolong's demonstration? Of course, I'm talking about before. You don't need to learn the forward roll, Lin Yi said. Jing understood a little, Han Jingjing nodded, but I don't think it's as good as Lin Yi bro. Xiaolong looked down on Han Jingjing. Wasn't this girl a little too open with her flattery? Right, Coiling Tiger, on the other hand, frowned. Lin Yi and Han Jingjing's relationship seemed to be getting better and better. This wasn't good for him to get close to her. To be continued. Chapter 2444. Xiaolong humphed and turned to Tiger right. Lil bro, let's go find that shop owner and get even with him. How dare he sell our counterfeit goods? After Xiaolong left, Xin Yan hesitated for a bit before deciding to go skiing with Lin Yi and Han Jingjing. Xin Yan wasn't very skilled, but she was smart. She watched as the others skated and copied them, slowly starting to ski as well. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't plan on taking advantage of Xin Yan. He could do it any time he wanted. It didn't have to be when they were skiing. Lin Yi just followed behind Xin Yan and Han Jingjing, afraid that they'd fall like Xiaolong. The afternoon passed quickly, and Xiaolong and Tiger Right had returned a long time ago, but they didn't go skiing again. Instead, they sat at a nearby beverage shop and drank hot tea. Asking for an explanation for the snowboards was just an excuse for Xiaolong. He didn't really have any reason to go to the owner of the snowboards. He wanted to buy the snowboards himself, and both the shop owner and Lin Yi told him not to. Who could he blame if he didn't listen? He could only blame his poor eyesight for not seeing the counterfeit brand clearly. Everyone rested at night at a villa on another mountain. They had to take a cable car or a helicopter to get there. Of course, the cost of a helicopter was too high. Usually, only the rich would choose this method. The school connected all the students to the cable car, and Xiaolong and Tiger Right had already asked about this beforehand. Each cable car could only take 2 people, and it would be a good opportunity for Xiaolong and Xin Yan. Medical students had the least number of students, so Boss Bai arranged for them to be at the back. But this way, the medical students could play a little longer at the ski field, and naturally, no one objected. Xin Yan, come with me on the cable car later. Xiaolong walked over and invited her. The entertainment snowboard in his hand had long since been thrown away. Auntie just called me and asked me to take care of you. Wang Xin Yan wanted to refuse. But after hearing the second half of Xiaolong's sentence, she felt troubled. Xiaolong's words had, without a doubt, touched her most nervous heartstrings. Xiaolong's words reminded her that too much contact with Lin Yi right now wouldn't do him any good. For Lin Yi, the Heavenly Elixir sect was an unsurpassable existence. If she behaved too intimately with Lin Yi, she would definitely be punished. It would bring Lin Yi a lot of unnecessary trouble. Xin Yan sighed as she recalled how Xiaolong had been fawning over her all along the way. She didn't know why Xiaolong's house Kong was looking for a marriage alliance now that they had such a powerful backer. Could it be that it was just for the sake of face? But thinking about it, Sometimes people lived by their face, especially aristocratic families. What was the difference between a Shao family that had become an aristocratic family and a Shao family that had not become an aristocratic family? Without strength, what was the use of fighting for a title? But Shao family still wanted to stand firmly in the ranks of aristocratic families. House Kong was the same. In the eyes of these aristocratic families, the face of the family was more important than anything else. She was Xiaolong's fiancée. If she were to be with Lin Yi, especially when Lin Yi was House Kang's enemy, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Xinyan looked at Xiaolong's wounded body and hesitated. It shouldn't be a problem to ride the same cable car as him. He was injured all over, so he shouldn't do anything dirty, right? Alright, but we're still students. Even if we're engaged, some things can only be discussed after we graduate. Xinyan hesitated before speaking to Xiaolong. Her meaning was clear, and she believed that Xiaolong would be able to understand it. As expected, a flash of anger appeared in Xiaolong's eyes. Xiaolong had just transferred, but he'd heard a lot of rumors about Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan because of Tiger Wright's presence. During military training, she was living with Lin Yi, and the two were very intimate in the car. Xinyan seemed to be helping Lin Yi with that. All of this made Xiaolong feel like he was being cheated on. He wasn't too sure, but with his years of medical experience, he could tell that Xinyan was still a virgin. He calmed himself down and said, "Of course, Auntie said that we should respect each other." Xiaolong thought that if he wanted to develop a relationship with Xinyan, this time on the cable car wouldn't be a problem. Once something unexpected happened, Xinyan would develop a sense of dependence on him. Alright. Xinyan didn't reject Xiaolong after hearing his words. Lin Yi frowned. He didn't really want Xinyan and Xiaolong to be on the same cable car, but it was true that only two people could sit on a cable car. This was Xinyan's decision, and Lin Yi wouldn't interfere. But Xinyan's words made Lin Yi ponder. Graduate from university. Xinyan evidently didn't like Xiaolong. She would have been acting so intimately with Xiaolong otherwise, but with Xiaolong, it was just mutual respect. What Lin Yi didn't understand was what Xinyan was thinking. She didn't like Xiaolong, and yet she still wanted to keep the engagement. Was there some secret she couldn't tell? Although Lin Yi really wanted to find out, Xinyan wouldn't tell him if he asked directly. He could only observe from the side. The other students had already left on the cable car to the resort on the other side of the mountain. His classmates also got on the cable car with the staff, and only Lin Yi, Han Jingjing, Xiaolong, and Xinyan were left. The last ones to get on the cable car were Tiger Wright's underlings, Yellow Hair and Purple Hair. Let's go. Lin Yi, you stay behind. Xiaolong gestured for Xinyan to get on the cable car. Xinyan saw that he was being obedient and didn't try anything funny, so she nodded and got on the cable car. The two seats in the cable car were facing each other, so they weren't too close. After Xinyan got on, Xiaolong got on as well. When Xinyan and Xiaolong's cable car was far away, Lin Yi and Han Jingjing got on the cable car at the back. Xinyan, you seem a little scared. Do you have acrophobia? Xiaolong smiled as he looked at the nervous Xinyan. Xinyan didn't have acrophobia, but she wasn't used to sitting in the same cable car as Xiaolong. To be continued. Chapter 24:45. She couldn't answer Xiaolong's question directly, so she nodded lightly. Do you need my warm hand? Xiaolong reached out, wanting her to hold his hand. No. It's fine. Xinyan shifted her gaze to the outside of the cable car, looking at the two snowy mountains with a bottomless valley in the middle. It was all so beautiful, but it was too bad that she wasn't riding the cable car with Lin Yi. Xinyan's heart skipped a beat when she thought of Lin Yi. She realized that ever since Lin Yi confessed to her, she wasn't calm anymore. She'd think of Lin Yi often, but it was a blur. Now that she thought of Lin Yi, she'd always put him in the position of boyfriend. It was a difficult situation. She knew that this couldn't go on, but there was nothing she could do. The hardest thing to control was the human heart. Feelings couldn't be changed by willpower. Even if Xinyan didn't want to think of Lin Yi, she still had to remind herself not to think of Lin Yi. That was the same as thinking of Lin Yi. It was really difficult. Xinyan, do you think the cable car will crash and fall? Xiaolong asked. How would I know? Xinyan frowned. Couldn't Xiaolong say something auspicious? Why was he thinking about the cable car crash? It's not impossible for the cable car to fall into the valley, Xiaolong said. But it's fine, I've prepared some survival equipment. Xinyan didn't know what to say. This Xiaolong really was the best choice for a boyfriend. Who told disgusting jokes during a meal and cursed the cable car for crashing the moment they got on. If it was Lin Yi, he'd probably hug her and train. Why was she thinking of Lin Yi again? Xinyan shook her head. Xiaolong thought that she didn't believe the cable car would crash when she shook her head. Of course, it wouldn't crash under normal circumstances, but this situation was a bit special. Xiaolong had been studying the prequel to So Pure, So Flirtatious. The main character was at the ski resort when he was hitting on girls. Then, the male and female protagonists fell into the valley together. Then, they survived in the wild together and finally fell in love. In the wilderness, especially when there was danger, it was easy to feel hopeless. If Xiaolong put his heart into it, it wouldn't be a problem for him to win Xinyan's heart. However, what he feared would come true. Xinyan was admiring the beautiful scenery outside the window when she heard an explosion. She felt the gravity go out of control, and realized that the cable car she was on had left the cable car, and was falling straight down into the valley. Ah! Xinyan didn't know what to say. She was annoyed at Xiaolong's jinx. She decided that she would never be with Xiaolong again. This guy was too unlucky, getting beaten up by robbers and gangsters all the time. He was tricked to buy a snowboard, and the cable car broke in the middle. He was possessed by the god of misfortune. Xiaolong, naturally, didn't think that Xinyan had already categorized him as a dangerous person to stay away from. She was still proud of herself for coming up with such a good plan. He'd studied the location of this ski resort before. The cable car was built between two mountains, and there was a lake at the foot of the mountain. There was even a cave nearby, and it was a paradise for lovers. If only he and Xinyan could get lost in this place, then he'd be able to. He felt that something interesting was about to happen. Wang Xinyan, in her loneliness and helplessness, might also be happy. Xinyan, don't worry. We'll jump out now. If we fall in this cable car, we'll die for sure. Xinyan opened the door and jumped before Xiaolong could finish. She wasn't confident in Xiaolong, but she was confident in Lin Yi. She'd known Lin Yi for a long time, and she knew that falling from this height wasn't dangerous for a practitioner like Lin Yi. She didn't want Xiaolong to hug her and take advantage of her. At this moment, Xinyan was thinking that if Lin Yi really didn't care about her and didn't come to save her, then it'd be better if he died. She wouldn't let Xiaolong take advantage of her, and she wouldn't have to worry about these things. Lin Yi frowned when he saw that Xiaolong's cable car was shot down by Purple Hair's hidden weapon. He could roughly guess Xiaolong's trick. No wonder this guy wanted to ride the cable car with Xinyan. He wanted to play unfinished love in the valley. Jingjing, stay in the cable car. Don't wait for me. I'll go save Xinyan. Take care of yourself, Lin Yi said to Han Jingjing. Okay, Han Jingjing didn't stop Lin Yi. She nodded quickly to show that she understood. Before the cable car left the cable car, the doors were electronically controlled. It couldn't be opened unless the circuit was destroyed or the cable car was derailed. However, Lin Yi broke through the window and jumped down in Xinyan's direction. With their falling speed, Lin Yi wouldn't be able to catch up to Xinyan. But Lin Yi was a practitioner, and with the help of pure qi, catching up to Xinyan wasn't a problem. Xiaolong didn't think that Xinyan would be so decisive. She jumped down when he told her to, but he wasn't even done talking. Xiaolong wanted to say that he had a parachute and let Xinyan carry him down, but Xinyan didn't seem to be waiting for him at all. Xiaolong jumped down from the cable car. If he let Xinyan fall down, wouldn't she be dead? With that in mind, Xiaolong jumped down from the cable car and chased after Xinyan, preparing to open the parachute in his backpack. Luckily, Xiaolong had a power jet in his backpack. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to catch up to Xinyan. Of course, this power jet was also prepared for a safe landing when the time came. There was a lake at the bottom of the valley, after all. The water in the lake was flowing, and there was only a thin layer of ice on top. Xiaolong didn't want to fall into the lake, so he used the power jet to change his landing position. He didn't expect to use it to chase after Xinyan. Xinyan didn't think too much when she jumped down, but the sound of the wind whistling in her ears scared her. She looked down at the bottomless abyss, and she felt like she was really going to die. "Xinyan, I'm coming. Catch me." Xiaolong didn't care about opening the parachute. Chasing after Xinyan was more important. If he opened the parachute, his speed would be very slow, and he wouldn't be able to catch up to Xinyan. To be continued. Chapter 2446. Xinyan had an instinctive urge to live. She really wanted to grab onto Xiaolong, but she knew that if she did, their relationship would be complicated in the future. Xinyan gritted her teeth and pretended that she didn't hear anything. But just because Xinyan didn't hear him didn't mean that Xiaolong didn't care. He used his jet boost to chase after Xinyan, and just as he was about to catch up, he felt a huge force pushing him to the side from his back. "Fuck off." Lin Yi kicked Xiaolong's back, sending him more than 10 meters away. "Fuck. Lin Yi, why is it you again?" Xiaolong was furious when he saw Lin Yi. He was about to explode. He thought that he and Xinyan would have a romantic love story when they fell into the valley, but he didn't think that Lin Yi would follow them as well. Not only did he follow them, but he also ruined his chance to be intimate with Xinyan. Xiaolong was furious. "Lin Yi, aren't you a little too mean? Kicking me from behind. That's not as mean as letting the purple hair knock the cable car down." Lin Yi glared coldly at Xiaolong, thinking that this kid had some tricks up his sleeves. He wasn't a complete idiot, after all. He knew to knock the cable car down and bring a parachute and jet boost just to have a romantic trip to the bottom of the valley with Xinyan. Xiaolong didn't expect Lin Yi to know what he was doing so well. His face froze, and he didn't know how to refute. Xinyan, on the other hand, was furious after hearing Xiaolong's words. She thought that the cable car falling was an accident, but who would have thought that it wasn't an accident at all? It was Xiaolong's scheme. The thought of Xiaolong using her life as a joke made Xinyan hate Xiaolong even more. She didn't want to see Xiaolong get so unlucky every time, but now she felt that he deserved it. So, when Lin Yi came over to hug her, she only struggled a little before accepting it. She was pissed off by Xiaolong. Xiaolong's face darkened after being exposed by Lin Yi. He felt that Lin Yi was the villain in very pure, very dubious prequel, but in reality, the villain had become the main character. Had he become the villain? But there was nothing Xiaolong could do. Lin Yi was hugging Xinyan, and all he could do was watch. The most important thing right now was to stay alive. Xiaolong reached out to press the parachute button on his backpack, but his face paled when he touched it. Coincidentally, the button of the parachute had just been kicked to pieces by Lin Yi. "Lin Yi! You broke my parachute!" Xiaolong glared at Lin Yi. "Oh!" Lin Yi didn't even look at him. He snorted. "Fuck! Are you trying to kill me?" Xiaolong screamed at the top of his lungs when he saw that Lin Yi was ignoring him. "Save me! I'll die if I fall. Oh. Lin Yi ignored him. Xiaolong panicked. He didn't expect this to happen. The parachute was broken. If he fell, would he be able to survive? In a moment of desperation, Xiaolong had no choice but to beg. Lin Yi. Please, save me. I don't want to die. Oh. Lin Yi continued to ignore him. If you save me, I can turn a blind eye to what happened between you and Xinyan. Please. Xiaolong didn't care about his dignity anymore. His life was more important. But even though he said that, he didn't think that way at all. His priority was to stay alive. If he denied it, Lin Yi wouldn't be able to do anything. You can control the jet assist yourself. Isn't there a lake down there? You won't die if you jump into it. Lin Yi reminded him, but he didn't believe Xiaolong's words. Xiaolong must be a villain to be able to do something like this. Xiaolong saw that Lin Yi wasn't going to help him, so he had no choice but to control the jet assist and adjust his falling direction to the lake below the valley. Xinyan looked at Xiaolong like a stray dog and found it funny. She didn't feel sorry for Xiaolong at all. He brought this upon himself. The cable car was working perfectly fine, but he let Tiger Right's men destroy it, and now he's suffering the consequences of his own actions. Lin Yi held Xinyan in his arms. Xinyan couldn't feel the cold wind around her because of the pure qi barrier, but Xiaolong was in a much worse situation. Not only did he have to watch his feet in the cold wind, but he also had to control the jet assist with cold sweat all over his body, afraid that he'd fall off and become a cripple. After a while, Lin Yi landed with Xinyan in his arms. Xinyan didn't even feel the impact of the landing, as Lin Yi's pure qi barrier had completely nullified it. Xiaolong, on the other hand, plopped his butt on the ice of the lake, punched a hole in the ice, and dived into the lake. After a long time, he crawled out of the hole, sneezing and looking very pitiful. Achoo! Xiaolong climbed out of the lake shakily. Luckily he knew how to swim, and the place he dived into was a little shallow. He couldn't even reach his head if he stood up straight. Otherwise, he'd freeze to death even if he didn't fall to his death. Lin Yi was looking around, not in a hurry to go back. This was a chance for Xiaolong to get close to Xinyan, but it was also a chance for Lin Yi. Being able to spend time with Xinyan alone was a rare opportunity, so Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry to leave. Xinyan, let's find a place to rest first. Lin Yi said to Xinyan after seeing a cave nearby. Okay. Xinyan looked at Xiaolong and nodded after some hesitation. Xiaolong was in a pretty bad state right now, but the thought of what Xiaolong had done before, especially the crash of the cable car, made Xinyan grit her teeth in anger. How could this person not care about other people's lives at all? Was he trying to murder her? Lin Yi and Xinyan entered the cave, and Xiaolong shamelessly followed them. He had no choice but to follow them. This was the cave he'd found the other day on the helicopter ride with Tiger Right, and it was the closest one. He'd even hidden some branches in the cave to start a fire. To be continued. Chapter 2447. If they went to another cave, there wouldn't be any branches. He was shivering from the cold right now, and it was like asking him to pick up some more branches. How could he do that? There's some branches here. Can we start a fire? Xinyan was a little cold as well. Although Lin Yi had used his pure energy to protect her, she still felt the chill in this empty valley. Half! Xiaolong yelled as he ran over, panting heavily. His heart was bleeding, however. He was the one who found the tree branch, and he had to give half of it to Lin Yi. But he didn't dare reject Xinyan's discovery, after all. Oh, you can have half then. Lin Yi said faintly. He could tell that the branches were placed here by someone else. Who else could it be other than Xiaolong? Ha ha. Xiaolong didn't hold back. He thought for a moment and said, "Right, do you guys have lighters? Why don't we start a fire here? I'll start a fire, and we'll all stay together. What do you think?" "Oh, okay." Lin Yi didn't want to freeze Xiaolong to death in a situation like this. After all, Boss White valued the harmony between his disciples a lot, and Lin Yi respected Boss White a lot. Boss White's background wasn't simple, and Lin Yi had to listen to him. "Then I won't hold back." Xiaolong was overjoyed. He took out a lighter from his pocket and squatted in front of the branches. "You're quite well equipped, aren't you? You don't smoke, and you have a lighter with you. You prepared it long ago, didn't you?" Lin Yi looked at Xiaolong teasingly. "You wanted to have a romantic night with Xinyan in the cave, and you didn't expect me to join." Xiaolong felt a little awkward, but he couldn't deny it. Looking at Xinyan's displeased face, Xiaolong thought that today was his unlucky day. If he'd known this was going to happen, he wouldn't have gone through with this plan. How unlucky. However, the worst thing was yet to come. Xiaolong pressed the lighter twice, and his face froze. The lighter was soaked in water, and he couldn't light it. "Aren't you going to light a fire?" "What's wrong?" Lin Yi smiled at Xiaolong. "Water," Xiaolong said, his face pale. "Since you cannot contribute, there is no other way. You can forget about enjoying this bonfire," Lin Yi said coolly. You have a way." Xiaolong paused and looked at Lin Yi. "You have a lighter." "No." Lin Yi shook his head. "Why are you talking about me if you don't have it?" Xiaolong glared at Lin Yi. "Can you fix the lighter? Go cultivate yourself." Lin Yi casually tossed out a fire-type alchemic flame. The twigs caught on fire with a whoosh. The fire was very strong. Xiaolong remembered that Lin Yi was a refiner, and he could condense alchemic flame. He didn't need a lighter at all, so he shamelessly came over. "It's a waste if I don't use the heat from this bonfire anyways. Let me have some." "Sure, but you'll have to go collect the twigs later." Lin Yi didn't push him too far. "All right, let me dry my clothes first." Xiaolong agreed without hesitation. He and Tiger Right had picked up the twigs earlier, and he knew where to find them. Xiaolong was shivering by the fire, and Xinyan had recovered a long time ago. She didn't have any water on her, and it was just a bit of cold air. She was fine now. "Hungry?" Lin Yi asked. I'm fine." Xinyan still couldn't let go. She didn't like Xiaolong very much, but she was afraid that he'd force the Sky Elixir sect to harm Lin Yi. "I'll go catch some fish." Lin Yi stood up. "Okay. I'll sleep for a bit. I'm a bit sleepy." Xinyan didn't want to be alone with Xiaolong, so she found an excuse. Xiaolong was speechless. He heard that Lin Yi was going to catch fish. He was very happy, but when he heard that Xinyan was going to sleep, he didn't know what to say. But he couldn't let Xinyan stay up to talk to him, could he? Lin Yi left, and Xinyan closed her eyes to rest. Xiaolong could only sit by the fire, depressed. But thinking about the delicious fish he'd be eating soon, his mouth watered. He had some chocolate and hardtacks in his backpack, but they weren't as delicious as the fish. Lin Yi came to the lakeside. There were always some fish in a naturally formed lake. Lin Yi walked carefully to the hole Xiaolong had made and closed his eyes, using the jade senses to reach out and catch the fish in the lake. It didn't take long for him to catch 4 fish. He took out a blade from his shoe and cut open the fish's stomach before returning to the cave. Although Lin Yi didn't think that Xiaolong would do anything to Xinyan, Lin Yi still wanted to be quick. He returned to the cave and saw that Xinyan was still sleeping. He let out a breath of relief. "You're back." Xinyan heard footsteps and opened her eyes. She was happy to see Lin Yi. "Yeah. Lin Yi found a few branches and put the fish on top of the fire to roast. Xiaolong didn't know what to say to Xinyan, who had slept for less than 20 minutes. Xinyan obviously didn't want to talk to him. He could feel that ever since the cable car incident, Xinyan had become a lot colder towards him. Xinyan had kept her distance from him before, but it wasn't like now, where she didn't even want to talk to him. Soon, the fish was done. There wasn't any seasoning, but it was delicious. Xiaolong's mouth watered. Can we eat now? Yes, but you can't eat it. Lin Yi took a skewer of fish and gave it to Xinyan. Why? Xiaolong's hand froze. Go get it yourself if you want. Xinyan and I will each get 2 skewers. You're not getting any, Lin Yi said as he took a skewer and started eating. Xiaolong really wanted to snatch it, but he didn't dare. He was afraid of getting beaten up. He smiled bitterly and squeezed out an expression that looked worse than crying. Okay, he's a bad guy, but you don't have to be so harsh. We're classmates, after all. Xinyan didn't want Lin Yi to offend Xiaolong. You want to eat and get something for free. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Yi didn't care. Xiaolong didn't have Lin Yi's strong senses, and he didn't have Lin Yi's skills either. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 2448. Even though he could occasionally see a few fish swimming around, he couldn't catch them. After a long time, he didn't catch anything. Instead, he used too much strength, and the ice beneath his feet cracked. Xiaolong jumped back into the cold lake, screaming. His scream attracted Lin Yi and Xinyan's attention, but Lin Yi didn't care when he saw that Xiaolong had only fallen into the lake. He wasn't far from the shore, and the water was shallow. Xiaolong wasn't in a rush to get back up after falling into the lake. Enduring the cold, he reached out his hands to fish around in the lake, trying to catch some fish to roast, but the fish were very smart. He couldn't catch them no matter what, and after a long time of searching, he didn't find a single fish. Just as he was feeling depressed, he felt 2 things from the bottom of the lake. He didn't know what they were, but he picked them up. It was a turtle, and the turtle was holding a small bottle in its claws. After Xiaolong caught the turtle, it released its claws and retracted its head and claws back into its shell, leaving the bottle in Xiaolong's hands. I'm quite lucky. I didn't catch a fish, but I caught a turtle. Xiaolong grinned, thinking that the turtle was fine. He hadn't eaten a roasted turtle before, and he didn't know what it tasted like. He didn't go fishing anymore and climbed up the shore, running back quickly. He waved the turtle in front of Xinyan and Lin Yi. What do you think? It's pretty high class, right? This thing costs a lot in the market. Oh, you eat it then. Lin Yi looked at the turtle, not thinking much of it. He'd never heard of a turtle being roasted before. How was it supposed to be roasted with such a thick shell? Xinyan, do you want it? Xiaolong didn't even want to give it to Lin Yi. His target was Xinyan. No, thanks. I'm full. Xinyan shook her head, thinking that the turtle was quite scary. Xiaolong prepared to roast the turtle while warming the fire, but when it came time to do so, Xiaolong didn't know how to roast the turtle. It had retracted its head and limbs, and Xiaolong didn't know where to start. What is this? Xiaolong looked at the small bottle in his hand. It was a transparent bottle with an unknown blue liquid inside. Xiaolong didn't know what it was, but he didn't open the bottle to see what it was. After all, this thing was found in the lake. Who knew if it was poison or chemicals or something like that? It wouldn't be fun if it was poisoned. At that thought, Xiaolong wanted to throw the bottle away. Wait. Lin Yi stopped Xiaolong. What are you doing? You want it? Xiaolong asked. What if it's some kind of chemical explosive that explodes when you throw it? Lin Yi, of course, wouldn't say that he was interested in the bottle in Xiaolong's hand. He frowned and said in an unpleasant tone. Tisk, you're just trying to scare me. Xiaolong said disdainfully, but on the inside, his heart skipped a beat. He did think that there was something bad in the bottle, and that it might be chemicals, but he didn't think that it was chemical. What if it really was explosives? Wouldn't it explode when he threw it? At that thought, Xiaolong passed the bottle to Lin Yi as if it was a hot potato. I'll throw it further away. Lin Yi stood up and walked out of the cave, but he didn't throw the bottle away. Instead, he asked, Jiao Lao, why do I feel like this is something good? It really is something good. There's a lot of water energy in it, but I don't know what it is. Jiao Yazi's voice sounded in Lin Yi's ear. As long as it's something good, I'll keep it for now. Lin Yi put the bottle in his pocket and returned to the cave. Xiaolong was roasting the turtle with fire. The turtle's shell was too thick, so Xiaolong threw the whole thing into the fire to roast. He thought that even the thickest shell would be cooked this way. The turtle was thrown into the fire by Xiaolong. It was obviously uncomfortable, and it struggled to get out of the fire. But as soon as it got out, Xiaolong kicked it back into the fire, over and over again. Xiaolong was kicking it like a ball, and he was having a lot of fun. Wang Xinyan frowned. Although turtles were human food, she didn't like the way Xiaolong was abusing it. You can't kick a turtle like a ball, can you? After being kicked into the fire a few times, the turtle's struggles grew weaker and weaker. It couldn't take it anymore. The sound of the fire burning the turtle's shell was a little piercing to the ears. Xinyan turned around, not wanting to see Xiaolong torture the turtle. But at this moment, Lin Yi suddenly felt an incomparably powerful aura suddenly appearing, carrying with it a sense of extreme danger, and the jade on his chest also sent out a warning signal at this moment. The jade's warning signal would only go off when Lin Yi or a member of his team was in danger. Lin Yi trusted the jade's warning signal, and with that sudden feeling, Lin Yi was on high alert. He wanted to pull Xinyan's hand and leave the cave. The cave was small, and they could see the end, but Lin Yi felt that the danger didn't come from inside the cave, but from outside. As a result, Lin Yi wanted to leave the cave as soon as possible. If he was too late, he'd be stuck in the cave. But the danger came too fast. From the moment Lin Yi felt the danger to the moment it came, it was only a few seconds. Lin Yi didn't even have time to pull Xinyan away before the danger arrived. Lin Yi sucked in a cold breath as he looked at the huge monster outside the cave. He had no choice but to pull Xinyan back into the cave, hoping that the monster wouldn't enter the cave and get stuck at the entrance. But Xiaolong didn't seem to sense any danger at all. He was still kicking the little turtle excitedly, having a lot of fun. Ah! Xinyan raised her head from Lin Yi's tug, realizing that something wasn't right. She jumped in fright and called out subconsciously, Lin Yi. Roar! With a roar, a giant claw reached into the hole and sent Xiaolong flying with a single slap. Then, it snatched the little turtle from the fire. Xiaolong wasn't hit directly, but the force of the attack still sent him tumbling, his head hitting the wall of the cave. Blood started to flow, and he didn't know what had happened. He was about to curse when he raised his head, only to be dumbfounded. Chapter 2449. A gigantic turtle was blocking the entrance of the cave, glaring at the half-dead little turtle in front of it with grief and indignation. It roared angrily, "All of you must die. Die with my child. Sky-class spirit beast." Lin Yi was quite annoyed. Xiaolong's luck was off the charts. He caught a little turtle, and now he'd attracted an old sky-class turtle. The turtle paused, not expecting the people in the cave to recognize it as a spirit beast, and a sky-class at that. The reason why he spoke earlier was to scare the cruel humans in the cave and then kill them. What it didn't expect was that there was a practitioner in the cave. Only a practitioner would be able to tell that it was a sky-class spirit beast. Since you know that I'm a sky-class spirit beast, don't even think about living after crippling my child. The turtle roared. Come out and die. Xiaolong was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect to attract a big turtle when he caught a little turtle. Of course, that wasn't the main problem. The main problem was that the turtle could speak. Sky-class turtle, the one who crippled your child is him, the one you just slapped away. This has nothing to do with us. Don't come looking for us. Lin Yi looked at the turtle, feeling a headache coming on. He didn't expect to meet a sky-class spirit beast here. Who knew how long this spirit beast had been training here, but it wasn't surprising. This place was developed into a tourist attraction, but the two mountains were connected by cable cars. No one came to the valley, and no one would have thought that a turtle like this would be hiding at the bottom of the lake. Lin Yi, you're so evil. You sold me out. Xiaolong's face changed. He didn't expect Lin Yi to say something like that. You were the one who caught that little turtle. What does that have to do with us? Lin Yi asked. Xiaolong's face was very ugly. He didn't know what to say. Roar. I don't care, you're all going to die. The turtle didn't seem to want to hear an explanation. You guys are together. Look at how he's torturing my child. None of you tried to stop it, so all of you have to die. Ha! Xiaolong heard the turtle's words and looked at Lin Yi's speechless poker face, laughing at Lin Yi's misfortune. Idiot! Lin Yi looked at Xiaolong. You won't have to die if I die. G.A. Xiaolong's laughter stopped abruptly as he realized that Lin Yi was dead. Wasn't he going to die as well? Come out and die. The big turtle said impatiently. I'm not going out. Do you think we're stupid? Going out to die? Xiaolong humphed. Not coming out. Fine, then I'll block the entrance of the cave. Let's see if you can survive. The big turtle roared angrily. It stretched out its claws and continuously slapped the stone wall of the cave. Immediately, there was a loud rumbling sound. Rocks the size of rubber balls came crashing down. If this continued, the entrance of the cave would be destroyed by the big turtle. Even if it couldn't get in, it would suffocate Lin Yi and the others in the cave. Lin Yi. This big turtle clearly wasn't an attack-type spirit beast. It was obvious that it wasn't an attack-type spirit beast. Perhaps it was a defense-type or some other type of spirit beast. Although it could smash a lot of rocks with its full strength, this level of attack could only be achieved by a golden-class master. Plus, the fact that the big turtle didn't kill Xiaolong in one swipe was proof of this. It could be said that the big turtle didn't kill Xiaolong directly because it wanted to save the little turtle, but Xiaolong didn't seem to be heavily injured. It was obvious that the big turtle wasn't that strong. This made Lin Yi sigh in relief. He was afraid that the big turtle wouldn't say anything and just come in and kill them. You're the one who caused this. Lin Yi glared at Xiaolong. Lin Yi, don't blame me. If you don't think of a way, we'll all die. Xiaolong could only put all his hopes on Lin Yi. Lin Yi was speechless. But he still said helplessly to the big turtle, Stop. I can save your child. You. Save my child. The big turtle paused for a second, but it humphed coldly. How is that possible? My child is heavily injured, and he hasn't even reached golden class yet. I can't even do anything to him. Don't try to lie to me. If you want your child to die, then keep talking. Keep talking nonsense. Lin Yi said. You. Can you really save my child? The big turtle hesitated. Won't you know if I can or not if I try? Lin Yi shrugged. I can go out and heal your child. If I can heal him, then you let us go. If not, then kill me. How about that? Sure. The big turtle hesitated. Lin Yi's request wasn't fair, it was their people who crippled the little turtle, and it was normal for them to heal it. It could still punish Lin Yi and the others, but it couldn't heal the little turtle at this point. It could only put its hopes on Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't want to help Xiaolong, but the big turtle thought they were on the same side. Lin Yi saving Xiaolong was equivalent to saving himself. He couldn't care less and started walking out of the cave. Xinyan was startled, afraid that the big turtle wouldn't keep its promise. She wanted to stop Lin Yi, but when she thought about what Lin Yi had decided, there was no way she could stop him. Plus, what else could Lin Yi do if he didn't go out? Was the big turtle going to let them go? Xinyan looked at Xiaolong with disdain. Coward, causing trouble and not taking responsibility for it. Lin Yi walked out of the cave slowly, and the big turtle didn't attack him. It put the little turtle down and asked coldly, "What are you waiting for?" "Healing." Lin Yi nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. He picked up the little turtle and started using the second stage of the art of dragon mastery to heal it. Lin Yi didn't come out because he wanted to take a risk, but because he had a general understanding of the big turtle's strength. It wouldn't be easy for it to kill Lin Yi. An Earth-class mid-phase peak. The big turtle saw through Lin Yi's strength when Lin Yi was using his arts. It was a little surprised. Spirit beasts were rare, but there weren't many human practitioners. The big turtle had lived for thousands of years, and it had seen a lot of things. It was normal for rich people to have a few golden-class bodyguards, and some mafia bosses or robbers could be golden-class practitioners as well. But those were rare, and mystic class and above were rare. Only hidden houses would have them, and Earth class was even rarer. Chapter 2450. Lin Yi didn't answer the turtle's question, continuing to heal the little turtle. It didn't take long, especially since the little turtle was only burnt. Lin Yi didn't have any problems healing it, especially since it was only half dead from the burn. Of course, other than healing the little turtle, Lin Yi wouldn't help it level up. He didn't have much of a relationship with the big turtle, and he didn't want to reveal too much in front of Xiaolong. Healing spirit beasts wasn't a big deal. Lin Yi was a miracle doctor, after all, and Xiaolong knew a thing or two about it. Lin Yi was in a blind spot outside the cave, and he couldn't see what was going on outside. If Xiaolong asked, Lin Yi would just say that he used Miracle Dr. Guan's special medicine. There was no need to say anything else. At first, the big turtle was doubtful that Lin Yi could heal the little turtle. After all, the little turtle was almost cooked. How was he supposed to heal it? But as Lin Yi's practitioner's art circulated, the big turtle's eyes flashed with doubt, followed by excitement. It could sense that the little turtle's injuries were getting better. Although it couldn't see the little turtle's injuries, it could sense that the little turtle's life force was gradually strengthening. This calmed the anger in the big turtle's heart. It's done. Lin Yi put the little turtle on the ground and turned to the big turtle. If you want revenge, then go find that guy from before. If you don't want revenge, then please leave. The big turtle looked into the cave and hesitated. It picked up the little turtle and walked slowly towards the lake. Lin Yi noticed that the lake's ice had been broken, and the big turtle's nest was at the bottom of the lake. He watched as the two left before turning back to the cave. Let's go, he said to Xinyan and Xiaolong. Ah, okay. Xiaolong, naturally, nodded in agreement. Xinyan was a bit confused. Lin Yi had already sent the big turtle away. Why did he still want to leave? But since it was Lin Yi's request, she didn't hesitate and nodded, following Lin Yi and Xiaolong out of the cave. Where are we going? Xiaolong walked out of the cave and was hit by the cold wind. He didn't want to leave again, but he remembered how scary the turtle was. He shuddered, not daring to stay any longer. How do you plan to leave? Lin Yi frowned and asked, according to your plan, how are you going to get back if you fall from the cable car? I. Xiaolong looked at Lin Yi, then at Xinyan, a little embarrassed. I'll tell Right Ponhu to bring a helicopter to pick us up in 2 days. Lin Yi was speechless and said, let's leave this place first. Let's go quickly. I think the big turtle will catch up with us soon. Isn't it done? Why did it go back on its words? Xiaolong asked carefully. I don't know what was in that bottle, but it might be the turtle's treasure. I've lost it. If it remembers, it'll. Do you think it'll come looking for us? Lin Yi said. Fuck. Why did you throw it away? You're looking for trouble. Xiaolong said, a little displeased. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glared at him and said, you picked it up, didn't you? Xiaolong remembered that if he didn't bring the little turtle and the broken bottle back, there wouldn't be so much trouble. He quickly shut his mouth, not daring to say anything else. Call Right Ponhu and tell him to send a helicopter to us immediately. Lin Yi said. I don't have a phone. I got robbed. Xiaolong smiled bitterly. Here. Lin Yi gave his phone to Xiaolong. In order to save his life, Xiaolong didn't dare play any tricks. He called Right Ponhu directly. After a long time, he remembered that Right Ponhu's phone was stolen as well. He had no choice but to call Boss Bai and hope that they were together. Lin Yi. How are you guys? Boss Bai was relieved when he got Lin Yi's call. He just got the news that Xiaolong and Xinyan's cable car had crashed, and Lin Yi had jumped down as well. Boss Bai was confident in Lin Yi's Earth-class skills, but he couldn't help but worry about Xinyan and Xiaolong's situation. He wanted to ask for help immediately, but Right Ponhu stopped him, saying that Xiaolong was definitely fine and that he and Xinyan were having a romantic time, so he didn't need to worry about them. Boss Bai furrowed his brows and asked what had happened. Although he was angry that Xiaolong was risking his life for something like this, he breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the person in question was fine. He scolded Right Ponhu and told him that if he didn't pass his exams, he'd be fired. This wasn't a school, but Boss Bai was still very angry at Right Ponhu for helping Xiaolong. He didn't care about the danger at all. Master Bai, it's Xiaolong. Xiaolong said with a sob. Master Bai, is Right Ponhu nearby? Right Ponhu. He's here. Boss Bai passed the phone to Right Ponhu, not wanting to get involved in this. Kong bro, what's wrong? Right Ponhu was a little upset. He could have just lied to Boss Bai, but Lin Yi had jumped down as well, and Lin Yi must have noticed that something was wrong, so he couldn't hide it anymore. He had to tell the truth. Lil bro, you send a helicopter to pick us up. We're in trouble. Xiaolong said urgently. Ah. Okay. Right Ponhu paused. He didn't know what the trouble was, but Xiaolong seemed to be in a hurry, so he quickly agreed. After agreeing, Ponhu Right went to the security department of the resort to send a helicopter to pick up Xiaolong. This was the agreement he made with the resort the last time he came to the resort. If the cable car fell, they wouldn't be in a hurry to find him. They could only wait for him to come and send a helicopter to look for him. But this time, there was an accident. Right Ponhu entered the security room and saw Su Lang and his 2 underlings, who were screaming and bandaging their wounds. The security guards from before were there as well. Ponhu frowned and ignored them. Instead, he turned to another security guard sitting at the desk and said, Captain Sun, according to our previous agreement, send a helicopter to look for my friend now. The security captain was about to agree to Right Ponhu's request when he heard an angry shout. Chapter 24:51. Lang Su yelled, No. No one is allowed to go. Why send a helicopter? Throw this kid out for me. Su Lengzi suffered a hidden loss. He had just found his uncle to stand up for him, but after his uncle heard that Yupanhu was hiding the Yu family's background, he hesitated for a moment and let Su Lingzi endure it. Su Lingzi felt very stifled. This ski resort was his family's territory. In the past, it was always others who were at a disadvantage. This time, it was his turn. Naturally, he didn't want to. Captain Sun heard Lang Su's words and was in a difficult position. On one side was the general manager, and on the other side was Lang Su. These two people were asking him to go east and west. He had a headache, but he remembered that the general manager was the most powerful person in the resort, so he said to Lang Su, "Lang bro, this is what the general manager said. What do you think? Isn't my uncle afraid that Fire Wolf Gang will blame him?" "It's okay. My cousin is good friends with the person in charge of Fire Wolf Gang. If something happens, I'll talk to him." Lang Su roared hysterically, "Captain Sun, tell him to leave. Otherwise, I'll tell my cousin and you'll leave with him." This. Captain Sun heard Lang Su's words and fell silent. He knew that Lang Su had a cousin who was also a powerful character. He was the sworn brother of the newly promoted Fire Wolf Gang's branch leader in the province. That was why he hesitated. Pan Huyu frowned. He didn't think that something like this would happen just because Xiaolong had offended this rash Su earlier. He didn't want to argue with these people anymore. He could see that with Lang Su here, it was impossible for them to send a helicopter. He could only ask for help from his family. After leaving the security room, Panhu Wright found a phone at the service desk of the resort and called his family, Hidden House U. At this moment, the short robber had returned to the Hidden House U. He was holding the body of the tall robber in his arms. His face was full of grief and anger. Grandpa Yu heard that the short robber had returned. Just as he was about to ask him if he had succeeded in his mission, he suddenly saw the corpse of the tall robber in his hand. His expression froze. "Shorty, you, Right House head, that Lin Yi is really powerful. Although he's only an Earth class mid-peak, he killed Gao Zi with one slap and seriously injured me. I'm going into seclusion to recuperate. Whoever wants to take this mission in the future can take it. I'm not taking it." With that said, the short robber placed the body of the tall robber on the ground and quickly ran back to his courtyard to prepare for seclusion. He was a guest of the Yu family, not Old Master Yu's subordinate, so his attitude toward Old Master Yu wasn't very good. Of course, this matter couldn't be blamed on Old Master Yu. He had already told you about Lin Yi's strength. You had accepted this mission because you coveted the natural treasures for cultivation. If you died or got injured, you could only blame it on your bad luck. Therefore, this matter was in the past. The short robber could only sullenly go back to heal himself. Old Master Yu, on the other hand, was scared out of his wits. Did Lin Yi really have the ability to fight a Sky class? He actually heavily injured a Sky class early phase with one slap, and killed an Earth class late phase peak with one slap. It seemed like Lin Yi had mercy on Elder by before. Now that it was the turn of these two disguised robbers, he didn't give them any face at all. Other than shock, Old Master Yu's heart was filled with fear. If Lin Yi was really this strong, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to wipe out the Yu family. Although he was a Sky class master, he wasn't even as strong as the other guests. His cultivation level as a Sky class alchemist wasn't particularly strong. He definitely couldn't mess with Lin Yi anymore. This was Old Master Yu's first thought. He subconsciously wanted to call Yu Panhu. He wanted to tell him to stay away from Lin Yi and not get killed by Lin Yi. However, the phone rang first. "Hello," Old Master Yu took a deep breath and picked up the phone. "Grandpa, I'm Yu Panhu," Yu Panhu said hurriedly. "Grandpa, the plan from before failed. Xiaolong offended the local tyrant of the resort." As he spoke, Yu Panhu told him what happened. "Let's not talk about this first. Let me ask you, how is Lin Yi so strong?" He actually killed an Earth-class late-phase peak master and injured a Sky-class early-phase master. Old Master Yu changed the topic and hurriedly asked. This. Yu Panhu's heart skipped a beat. As expected, the two cultivator robbers were the ones sent by his family, and the ones from before were the real robbers. Thinking of this, the corner of Yu Panhu's mouth twitched. He was really unlucky to encounter this kind of thing. However, while Yu Panhu was shocked by Lin Yi's strength, he was also worried about Xiaolong's situation, so he quickly said, "Grandpa, let's not talk about this first. Xiaolong is very anxious over there. It seems like something big happened." The phone he used is also Lin Yi's. Using Lin Yi's phone. Could it be that Lin Yi deliberately forced him to make this call? Old Master Yu also knew about Yu Panhu and Xiaolong's plan, but Old Master Yu was astute. He thought of the original Romantic Valley trip. With Lin Yi's participation, Lin Yi was naturally anxious to go back. In this way, this phone call might have been made by Lin Yi. It's hard to say, but with Lin Yi's participation, this matter is meaningless. Lin Yi is so dangerous. If we don't send a helicopter to get them up as soon as possible, what if Lin Yi does something bad to Xiaolong? Yu Panhu said. You're right. Old Master Yu nodded and said, then I'll send a helicopter over as soon as possible. Okay, then I'll wait here. Yu Panhu nodded. Forget it. We'll talk about Lin Yi's matter when you come back. Old Master Yu felt that the Yu family should adjust their strategy towards Lin Yi. At least before the Heavenly Elixir sect expressed their stance, the Yu family should try their best to avoid direct conflict with Lin Yi. This guy was too strong. After Xiaolong finished the phone call, it had been 20 minutes. Lin Yi didn't see a helicopter flying over. He immediately frowned. Logically speaking, with Yu Panhu's execution efficiency, it should be enough to borrow a helicopter from the resort and fly over from the top of the mountain in 20 minutes. Moreover, these were all prepared in advance. Why is it so slow? Didn't you guys already arrange to rent a helicopter? Lin Yi glanced at Xiaolong and asked coldly. P.S. Very Pure will be ending in April. Due to the plot of the ending, School Beauty's update speed will be slowed down. 12 chapters a day, but there will be no breaks. Very Pure will return to normal after the end of the book. School Beauty's physical book will be released on March 5th. Readers who like it can buy it as a memento. To be continued. Chapter 2452. I don't know. We did tell them, but who knew they wouldn't come? Xiaolong was quite worried as well. His head was covered in cold sweat. Lin Yi said that if the turtle found out that the bottle was gone, it might come looking for trouble. He wouldn't be able to escape then. Lin Yi was a practitioner, and he could escape with Xinyan. Xiaolong wasn't a practitioner, so what if the turtle caught him? With that thought, Xiaolong said, why don't we run in that direction first, then call Tiger Right and ask him to find us there. That works. Lin Yi nodded. He was also afraid that the turtle would come looking for trouble. And so, they walked quickly in the direction Tiger Right pointed to. Tiger Right, on the other hand, took out Lin Yi's phone and called Boss Bai again. Master Bai, it's Xiaolong. Can you talk to Tiger Right? Xiaolong said hurriedly. Boss Bai frowned and passed the phone to Tiger Right. He already knew that the resort didn't want to send a helicopter, and he also knew the reason behind it. He thought that Xiaolong was too good at causing trouble. Boss Bai thought that Tiger Right was a good student and let him listen in on class, but he didn't expect him to be such an idiot. Boss Bai was furious and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Big Bro Kong, don't worry. The resort won't send a helicopter because of our conflict with Su Leng. I've already called for one from House Yu, and it should be here in 20 minutes. Just wait a bit more. Tiger Right explained after taking the phone, and then asked intentionally, is it Lin Yi who wants to harm you? Or force you. Tiger Right said this to ruin Boss Bai's good impression of Lin Yi. Boss Bai taking Lin Yi as a disciple and teaching him about elixir refining made Tiger Right very jealous. With Lin Yi in front of him, Tiger Right couldn't replace him. It was impossible for the right coiling tiger to replace him. Only by destroying Lin Yi's impression in Boss Bai's mind could he be promoted smoothly. However, Boss Bai didn't seem to care about his words at all. He didn't even look at him, much to Yu Coiling Tiger's disappointment. In fact, Boss Bai heard Yu Coiling Tiger's words. It was normal for Lin Yi to threaten Xiaolong. If he didn't threaten Xiaolong and tell him to contact the helicopter, he wouldn't be staying in the valley with him. Wasn't there something wrong with that? No, we ran into a water monster. Xiaolong said. Suddenly, he heard a loud splash behind him. He subconsciously looked back and saw the big turtle rushing out of the lake again. Not good, let's go. Lin Yi grabbed Xinyan's hand and ran, looking at the turtle's angry face. He must have discovered that the small bottle was missing. Lin Yi was starting to regret not leaving sooner, waiting for Tiger Right's helicopter to come pick him up. He'd been waiting for a long time now, but Tiger Right's helicopter hadn't arrived yet. He waited for a long time, but because Xiaolong offended Stunned Su, the resort didn't send a helicopter. Tiger Right's voice wasn't loud. But in the quiet valley, his words still reached Lin Yi's ears through the phone. Roar! Don't run. Stop right there. Give me back the ice crystal. The big turtle roared and chased after Xiaolong and the others. Lil Bro Yu, the water monster is catching up. Let's talk later, get the helicopter to the north and wait for us there. With that, Xiaolong hung up the phone and chased after Lin Yi and Xinyan, sprinting away, roar. The big turtle didn't expect these people to run so quickly. It jumped out of the lake and chased after them. Lin Yi, wait. Wait for me. Xiaolong's face was ashen, and he was shaking with fear. He was shocked to see Lin Yi and Xinyan running so fast. Lin Yi couldn't even take care of himself, he wasn't in the mood to deal with Xiaolong. Roar! Die! When the big turtle saw that the three of them didn't stop, it was sure that they had stolen the ice crystal of turtle saliva. It immediately became furious and quickly chased after them. But, as big as the turtle was, it was still a turtle, after all. It couldn't crawl that fast, and so it was able to keep up with the group's running speed. It might even be a little faster than them. Just as it was about to catch up to Xiaolong, the big turtle swung its claw. It didn't hit Xiaolong directly, but the wind from the claw still hit Xiaolong's back. Xiaolong fell to the ground in a daze. Help, Lin Yi, help me. Xiaolong cried for help after falling to the ground, hoping that Lin Yi would give him a helping hand. Xiaolong endured the pain and crawled up from the ground as fast as he could. His body was pretty good normally, and he did pretty well in sports back in university. But he'd been beaten up a few times today, and he hadn't eaten anything to replenish his stamina. He'd used up most of his energy, and the fall made it hard for him to walk. The big turtle was getting closer and closer, and the claw was about to reach him again. Xiaolong yelled, "Stop! Don't chase me. That bottle was left by the guy in front of us, it has nothing to do with me." The big turtle laughed at Xiaolong's shameless words. "I've never seen someone as cunning as you. You hurt my child before, and I said that you'll all die. I don't care who touched my turtle spit ice crystal, you'll all have to take responsibility." Xiaolong saw that he couldn't convince the big turtle, and that the claw was about to reach him. In the face of death, his desire to escape exploded, and he used all his strength to run forward. He managed to catch up to Lin Yi in a few steps, putting some distance between him and the big turtle. But it was all thanks to Xiaolong's shameless words that the turtle paused and slowed down its speed. Otherwise, the turtle would have slapped him right there and then. Even so, Xiaolong didn't dare let his guard down. He knew that he was at his limit, and he wouldn't be able to continue running. He begged Lin Yi with a sad face. Lin Yi, save me. If you save me, I'll ignore what happened between you and Xinyan. How about it? I promise I won't pursue this anymore. Xiaolong's words were still very artistic at this point. He didn't say that he wanted to cancel the engagement with Xinyan, but that he'd ignore what happened between Lin Yi and Xinyan. It was obvious that he was looking for an excuse to go back on his words. To be continued. Chapter 2453. How could Lin Yi not tell? But Xinyan didn't think that much at a time like this. Hearing that Xiaolong was willing to use this as a bargaining chip, she was overjoyed. She turned to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, will you agree to it? Lin Yi looked at the expectant Xinyan beside him. His heart skipped a beat. Xinyan's feelings were very obvious, and her words had betrayed her. But Lin Yi was getting more and more confused. Why would Xinyan care so much about her engagement with Xiaolong? Technically, it wasn't a big deal to break the engagement, was it? All right. But since Xinyan was looking forward to it, Lin Yi didn't want to disappoint her. As for Xiaolong, Lin Yi wouldn't really leave him be. After all, they were classmates. Even if Lin Yi wanted to do something to him, he wouldn't do it this way. It wasn't a good thing for Boss White if a student died during the winter tour. Lin Yi, naturally, wouldn't make things difficult for him. And so, Lin Yi reached out with his right hand and hugged Xinyan, pulling her against his chest. Ah! Xinyan didn't expect Lin Yi to suddenly hug her. She lowered her head shyly. Her heart was beating fast, but she didn't dare raise her head to look at Lin Yi and Xiaolong. Of course, Lin Yi wasn't paying attention to Xinyan's situation. His other hand reached out to grab Xiaolong, who was running behind him. As for Xiaolong, even if Lin Yi wanted to save him, he wouldn't let him off easy. Xiaolong relaxed a little when Lin Yi pulled him back, but the next moment, something cruel happened that he didn't expect. Lin Yi increased his speed after grabbing Xiaolong. Xinyan was in Lin Yi's arms, so she wasn't affected. Xiaolong, on the other hand, was unluckier. He couldn't keep up with Lin Yi's speed, and Lin Yi dragged him forward. He fell on his butt and was dragged forward by Lin Yi. The ground of the valley was smooth and covered with ice and snow, but Xiaolong's butt still bumped into the rocks on the snowy ground. After all, no matter how smooth the valley floor was, it was impossible for there to be no rocks on it. Xiaolong was in trouble. Ouch! Xiaolong's cries were especially piercing in the valley. Very soon, his butt was covered in cuts from the stones on the ground. The wounds from before were mostly healed by Miracle Dr. Kang's golden creation medicine, but now they were being cut open again, adding more wounds on top of the previous ones. But Xiaolong was in great pain, but he knew that Lin Yi was doing this on purpose. If Lin Yi could carry Xinyan, it didn't mean that he couldn't carry Xiaolong as well. Lin Yi was a practitioner, after all. But it was already good enough that Lin Yi wasn't carrying him. Xiaolong was afraid that Lin Yi would abandon him, so he could only endure it. When he couldn't hold it in any longer, he looked at the big turtle chasing after him and thought of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, so he held back. Slowly, Lin Yi increased the distance between him and the turtle. Lin Yi's qigong was good, and without Xinyan and Xiaolong holding him back, he didn't need to worry about the turtle catching up. The big turtle, on the other hand, let out an angry roar as it watched Lin Yi and the others getting further and further away. It knew that it wouldn't be able to catch up. When it saw Lin Yi carrying one person and pulling another, it knew that it had to give up. There were practitioners here. It really couldn't take advantage of them. Lin Yi's guess was correct. The turtle's strength lay in defense, not offense. Even if Lin Yi was a sky class, he couldn't do anything to it. But it couldn't catch up to Lin Yi. It had no choice but to swallow this loss. It wasn't that it didn't have the ice crystal turtle saliva. It still had some, but it was very precious. This small bottle would take the turtle tens of years to refine. This was the crystallization of its strength. It wasn't very useful to the big turtle, but it was very useful to the little turtle. The little turtle could use this to train. The big turtle still had some left, but something as precious as this was something that could increase its strength. It didn't want to give it to Lin Yi that easily, but it couldn't get it back now. There was nothing it could do. Don't let me see you again. The big turtle roared helplessly. Lin Yi heard the turtle's roar, and he felt nervous for no reason. This was actually a sign of guilt. Lin Yi did take the ice crystal turtle saliva bottle, so in theory, Xiaolong was the scapegoat for him. Although Xiaolong was the one who started it all, Xiaolong was the one who found the bottle, so Lin Yi still felt a little grateful towards Xiaolong. This was also the reason why he didn't abandon Xiaolong. Lin Yi. Can you let me go now? That monster isn't chasing us anymore, my butt. Xiaolong was almost crying from the pain. His butt didn't seem to belong to him anymore. Oh. Lin Yi was in the middle of sprinting when he heard Xiaolong's words. Xiaolong, on the other hand, leaned backwards due to the inertia, and the back of his head hit the ground with a clang, hitting the big bump on the ground. The pain made him grit his teeth in pain. Lin Yi, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Xiaolong got up from the ground and turned around, glaring at Lin Yi. You told me to let you go. Lin Yi curled his lips, not caring. Xiaolong was angry, but he didn't let it show. Lin Yi was his savior, after all, and he wasn't that ungrateful. But the more he looked at Xinyan in Lin Yi's arms, the angrier he got. It was just that Xiaolong had promised that he'd turn a blind eye to what happened between Lin Yi and Xinyan. He wanted to go back on his words when he got back, but it hadn't been that long, and he didn't have the thick skin to deny it. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. Lin Yi. Can you put me down now? Xinyan's heart was beating like crazy, but she felt a little better when she remembered that they were running for their lives. Now that they were safe, she felt a little embarrassed. Okay. Lin Yi put Xinyan down. It wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of her, but that he'd forgotten that she was in his arms. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little regretful after putting her down. He'd been so focused on running and thinking about the ice crystal that he'd forgotten about the beauty in his arms. He only came back to his senses after Xinyan reminded him, but he didn't think about taking advantage of her. He could have trained while running. To be continued. Chapter 2454. Xinyan felt shy and happy at the same time when she saw the flash of disappointment on Lin Yi's face. To be honest, if Xiaolong wasn't standing there, she wouldn't have left that warm hug. The feeling of that embrace reminded Xinyan of those cold nights during military training, the days and nights they spent together in the wild training. While she was lost in thought, the sound of a helicopter came from the sky. Lin Yi let out a breath of relief. He didn't feel any danger anymore, and the turtle should have retreated, but who knew if it would come back again? Furthermore, since the big turtle was a heaven-rank spirit beast, could there be other spirit beasts in the valley? There were 2 sky-class spirit beasts in Wulonghout Mountains. Here, I'm here. Xiaolong felt like he had just survived a disaster when he saw the helicopter. He waved his hands, trying to get the people in the helicopter to see him. Lin Yi curled his lips and looked at Xiaolong. With his voice, the people in the helicopter couldn't hear him at all. As for him, even if he didn't wave, the people in the helicopter would be able to see him. The helicopter got closer and closer, and a ladder was pulled down from the helicopter. It was placed vertically at the bottom of the valley. Right Coiling Tiger's voice came from the loudspeaker, "Big Bro Kong, get on the helicopter." Xiaolong was very excited. He subconsciously wanted to grab the ladder and climb up, but Lin Yi grabbed him back. Wait a bit, let Xinyan go first, you go last. Although Lin Yi was a practitioner, this valley wasn't something that could be climbed easily. Putting aside the fact that the cliffs were covered in snow and ice, even in the summer, there weren't any footholds. Climbing up was an extremely difficult task. Lin Yi didn't have Rock Candy's amazing qigong, so he couldn't fly up. So Lin Yi decided to let Xiaolong go last. Otherwise, this kid would just take a helicopter and escape. That would be a little fucked up. Oh. Xiaolong was a little disappointed, but he understood what Lin Yi was worried about. He really didn't want to leave Lin Yi behind. After all, Lin Yi had saved his life once, or more accurately, twice. It was just that the first time Lin Yi saved his life was for self-preservation. As a result, Xiaolong couldn't leave Lin Yi behind no matter how much he wanted to. Besides, if he and Coiling Tiger went back without Lin Yi, how could he explain to Boss Bai? Xinyan was a little scared as she looked at the wobbly ladder. She didn't dare go up on her own, but the ladder could only fit one person at a time. She couldn't let Lin Yi hold her up. Of course, she could also let Lin Yi protect her under her body, but she had to let Lin Yi face her buttocks. It would only make Xinyan more embarrassed. Gritting her teeth, Xinyan grabbed the ladder and climbed up. She was a strong girl. She was scared, but she held on for a while. Lin Yi wasn't worried, he could catch Xinyan even if she fell. Lin Yi was confident that he could catch Xinyan even if she fell from the top of the mountain, let alone the height of the helicopter. Finally, Xinyan reached the helicopter safely. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. He quickly stepped on the ladder and got on the helicopter. Xiaolong, on the other hand, was the last to get on the plane. His face was pale, and he nodded with lingering fear when he saw Tiger right. "Brother you. There's a big water monster in the valley. It scared me." "Big water monster? What's that?" Coiling Tiger paused. "Sky-class spirit beast. We almost died," Lin Yi said faintly. "Hiss. A heaven-rank spirit beast." Right, Coiling Tiger was startled, and a look of horror flashed across his face. This spirit beast didn't have anything to do with Lin Yi. In fact, it was an enemy. Lin Yi didn't need to keep it a secret. As for whether or not the hidden house you would dare to provoke this spirit beast, it wasn't within Lin Yi's consideration. "If House Yu has the guts, you can go and catch it," Lin Yi said. Coiling Tiger's expression was uglier than crying. "Sky-class spirit beast? Forget it. Who dares to provoke it? Besides, there's no use in catching it. It can't protect House Yu." "Oh. Sky-class spirit beasts are very precious. House Yu doesn't need it?" Lin Yi asked calmly. "Even if it's precious, you have to be alive to catch it." Coiling Tiger shrugged and didn't say anything else. However, Lin Yi felt that Coiling Tiger was implying something. Golden and Mystic class spirit beasts were very popular, but Coiling Tiger didn't care about Sky class spirit beasts at all. He was very indifferent, which made Lin Yi feel strange. Of course, what Right Coiling Tiger said might be true. It was very difficult for a heaven-rank spirit beast to recognize a master. Even if one used a special contract to turn it into a puppet spirit beast, it would still be impossible. Comparatively speaking, it was easier to capture yellow rank and profound rank spirit beasts. What Lin Yi didn't know was that sky-class spirit beasts were rare in the common world, but the hidden House of Yu was one of the few who knew about them. It wasn't hard for them to find sky-class spirit beasts. If it really was as he said, one would need to be alive to catch one. The helicopter flew directly back to the resort and stopped in the open space. Lin Yi, Xinyan, Xiaolong, and Coiling Tiger got off the helicopter. Coiling Tiger gave the pilot a few instructions, and the helicopter slowly left the resort and flew back to the hidden House Yu. Xiaolong wasn't in a very good mood. None of the plans he'd come up with were executed perfectly. Not only that, but he'd also gotten himself injured all over. To him and Tiger Right, this was a classic case of losing a wife and a soldier. His fiancée was hugged by Lin Yi, and one of House Yu's underlings was dead and one was injured. This proverb was tailor-made for the two of them. The ancients were wise indeed. They could even predict the future, Xiaolong thought gloomily. Entering the resort with Wang Xinyan, Boss Bai was already anxiously waiting in the lobby of the resort. Seeing that Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan had returned safely, his furrowed brows relaxed. He had a good impression of Lin Yi, and had the intention of training him to be his successor. However, Lin Yi seemed to have some obstacles in the field of alchemy, which made Boss Bai hesitate. Boss Bai was best at refining elixirs, and his medical skills were only auxiliary. It could even be said that he wasn't as good as Lin Yi, so if Lin Yi only learned medicine, he wouldn't need to learn it. It didn't matter if Lin Yi learned it or not, but refining elixirs was very special. Boss Bai felt that Lin Yi's situation was very special, and he could only find a solution slowly. No matter what, Boss Bai didn't want anything to happen to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, how are you? Are you alright? Boss Bai asked, but he didn't look at Xiaolong. To be continued. Chapter 2455. Even though he was miserable, Boss Bai automatically ignored him and turned to Wang Xinyan. Wang Xinyan, are you alright? I'm fine, Mr. Bai. Thank you for the trouble, Lin Yi said with a smile. I'm fine as well. Wang Xinyan nodded. That's good. I've already arranged the rooms. Lin Yi, you and Bai Weituo will share a room. Wang Xinyan and Han Jingjing will share a room. This is your room card. Boss Bai handed the room card to Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan. Xiaolong knew that what he did today made Boss Bai very angry. Although he didn't say it out loud, he still went upstairs with Panhu. He shared a room with Panhu, so he didn't need Boss Bai to give him the room card. Let's go back first. We'll have dinner later. There are still some activities scheduled in the evening. Take this opportunity to rest, Boss Bai said to Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan. Okay, Lin Yi nodded and took the elevator with Wang Xinyan. Lin Yi. Don't make things too awkward with Xiaolong. In the elevator, Wang Xinyan was silent for a long time before she spoke. Oh. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. He didn't quite understand why Wang Xinyan would suddenly say something like this, but since she said it like this, she must have her concerns. What confused Lin Yi was that Wang Xinyan clearly didn't like Xiaolong. Even after this incident, her gaze towards Xiaolong was filled with disgust. Why would she plead for Xiaolong now? However, Lin Yi wasn't stupid. He thought about it again. If Wang Xinyan wasn't pleading for Xiaolong, then she must be thinking from his perspective. In other words, Wang Xinyan didn't want him to make things too awkward with Xiaolong out of consideration for him. But why? Xiaolong wasn't a practitioner. His backing was only the hidden House Yu. Today, Lin Yi wasn't even afraid of beating up two masters from the hidden House Yu. Why would he be afraid of offending the hidden House Yu? Chapter 2456. Why did you turn around right after I put on my clothes? Xinyan felt that it was too much of a coincidence. Lin Yi scratched his head, he didn't know how to explain it. Lin Yi bro didn't peek at Xan Yen sis from the mirror. Han Jingjing said without raising her head as she fiddled with the tablet in her hand. Lin Yi wanted to strangle Han Jingjing. She didn't even raise her head, how did she find out? Only then did Xinyan notice that there was a mirror behind Lin Yi. That meant that Lin Yi could still see her in the mirror. She glared at Lin Yi. What's going on? Xinyan's face twitched as she stared at Lin Yi. What the hell? Lin Yi coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. Bai Weituo and He Meiwei took the room, and I didn't have anywhere else to go, so I came. Oh. Xinyan said with an oh, as she sat on the bed, feeling a little awkward as well. Han Jingjing just had to sit there and continue drawing after that, leaving the two of them with nothing to talk about at all. Are you training? Xinyan asked, breaking the awkwardness. Sure. Lin Yi nodded and sat on the bed. Xinyan sat beside Lin Yi quietly. After some thought, she pulled down the jacket she'd just put on, revealing the thermal underwear underneath. Lin Yi could see her perfect body, and Xinyan didn't have anything to be embarrassed about. He'd already seen her naked, so what was there to be afraid of now? Lin Yi closed his eyes and started channeling the second stage of the art of dragon mastery, and Xinyan cooperated fully. She sat by Lin Yi's side, not moving an inch. The two of them had gotten to this point, and things were getting out of Wang Xinyan's control. The only thing she could do was to help Lin Yi train as soon as possible. She wanted Lin Yi to reach a whole new level, and as long as they weren't afraid of the Sky Elixir sect, she and Lin Yi could be together. Xinyan, can I hug you? Lin Yi realized that he was a little distracted today. He kept getting distracted when he was training, and he smelled Wang Xinyan's fragrance. He wanted to take the next step. Xinyan froze. She hadn't expected Lin Yi to make such an unreasonable request. But Xinyan couldn't very well say no. She glanced at the nonchalant Han Jingjing not too far away. Then, he snorted softly with a nasal voice. It was unknown whether he agreed or disagreed. Lin Yi smiled when he heard Xinyan's whimper. He reached out and pulled Xinyan into his embrace. Xinyan's body trembled visibly. Her breathing became a little rapid. Although Lin Yi had hugged her during the military training before, that was when he was asleep and it was very cold in the middle of the night. Lin Yi seemed to be doing it on purpose. Although Lin Yi was doing it for cultivation, in the end, was his lust more important or his cultivation more important? Wang Xinyan didn't know. Lin Yi could feel Xinyan's body stiffening, and he didn't want to push his luck. He didn't do anything inappropriate after hugging Xinyan, and started to train like he was supposed to. Lin Yi's attitude made Xinyan sigh in relief and happy. It seemed that Lin Yi was really training, and he wasn't blinded by lust and trying to take advantage of her. Xinyan was quite happy that Lin Yi was motivated to train. After all, the sooner Lin Yi reached the top of the Sky Elixir sect, the sooner the window paper between the two of them would be broken. Otherwise, Xinyan wouldn't have agreed to anything before that. She didn't want Xiaolong to contact Kong Mingming and make a move on Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi was closer to him now, Xiaolong had personally promised not to pursue the matter. Of course, he had no choice but to ask for help from Lin Yi, but Xiaolong wouldn't go back on his word so soon. In the blink of an eye, it was dinner time. Boss Bai asked the service desk to call every room to inform the students to go to the dining hall for dinner. The call was picked up by Han Jingjing. After answering the phone, she put down the tablet and said to Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan, "Lin Yi bro, Xinyan sis, the service desk is calling for dinner." "Oh, okay." Lin Yi came back to reality from his training and let go of Xinyan. Xinyan was a little nervous and shy before, but Lin Yi didn't do anything to embarrass her, so she relaxed. It was a little comfortable being hugged by Lin Yi, and she almost fell asleep in the end. She opened her eyes in a daze and sat up. "Oh. Let's go eat then." The three of them walked out of the room, and they saw Bai Weituo and He Meiyue walking out of the room. He Meiyue's face was still red, and they didn't know what the two were doing in the room. Bai Weituo saw Lin Yi and quickly ran over. "Lin Yi bro, kid, you and Meiyue are together." Lin Yi looked at Bai Weituo's excited face and asked in a low voice. "Ha, not yet, but I kissed her." Bai Weituo said excitedly. "I didn't think that there would be that kind of show on the cable TV in this resort. Meiyue and I couldn't help ourselves after watching it for a while, but Meiyue didn't let me go further." Lin Yi patted Bai Weituo's shoulder with a smile. "Teacher Bai agreed to the two of you. Grandpa didn't disapprove of it." I'll just watch it, Bai Weituo said. Lin Yi didn't say anything. He Meiwei gave Lin Yi the feeling that she was very smart. Bai Weituo wasn't stupid, but he was a bit more down to earth. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse for him to be with Yi Meiwei. Xiaolong and Right Coiling Tiger also came out, but Xiaolong was dressed up. Not only did he take a shower, his hair was combed neatly, and he changed into a new set of leather clothes. What surprised Lin Yi was that the injuries on his face were all healed. But Lin Yi was only slightly surprised. With a pill bottle like Right Coiling Tiger beside him, getting some quick healing pills wasn't a problem. One level 2 pill was enough to completely heal all the injuries on Xiaolong's body. Lin Yi, thank you so much for what you did in the valley. Xiaolong walked over and took the initiative to say to Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at Xiaolong. He wanted to say that Xiaolong was stupid. But he didn't say it. In fact, Xiaolong came to show goodwill to Lin Yi because he had no other choice. After he went back and met with Right Coiling Tiger, he confirmed that the 2 cultivator robbers were masters sent by the hidden house Yu. One was an Earth class late phase peak, and the other was a Sky class early phase. Of the 2, one was dead and one was injured. Lin Yi's strength was quite amazing. To be continued. Chapter 2457. Xiaolong didn't want to die. His brother might be the last disciple of the Sky Elixir Sect's 5th elder, but he wasn't an elder yet. If he wanted Kong Mingming to help him, he'd have to wait until Kong Mingming finished his apprenticeship. Offending Lin Yi now wasn't a good thing. As a result, Xiaolong expressed his gratitude to Lin Yi so that Lin Yi wouldn't come looking for trouble when he got back. Does your word count in the valley? Lin Yi asked faintly. Valley? What did I say? As expected, Xiaolong started acting like he didn't know what to do. Being friendly was one thing, but it was a matter of principle. There was no one else in the valley, and it was fine if he said it, but he couldn't say it in front of you Coiling Tiger, lest he embarrass House Kong. Nothing. Lin Yi had guessed that Xiaolong would go back on his word, but he didn't care. Even if Xinyan and Xiaolong were to talk about marriage, Lin Yi wouldn't put him in his eyes. Lin Yi wouldn't be afraid of a second or third time if he dared to mess with House Kong once. Xinyan heard that Xiaolong was going back on his word. Even if it was within her expectations, she still wasn't happy. Xiaolong didn't keep his word. Dinner was eaten in the restaurant of the resort building. There were many small buildings and villas in the resort. People from different majors and classes were basically living separately, so the restaurant didn't seem crowded. A few tables of food were prepared for the students majoring in medicine. After dinner, it was time for the resort's entertainment. The reason why this resort was famous wasn't because of the ski resort, but because there was a deserted village halfway up the mountain. Exploring the deserted village at night was one of the most popular activities of the resort. No one knew how many years this desolate village had existed. There were no signs of human habitation, and the houses in the village were built in an ancient style. However, most of them were made of stone, so they had not been damaged over the years. There was a huge memorial arch at the entrance of the village. After many years of wind and rain, its color had already faded. Under the moonlight, it looked especially eerie and terrifying. Of course, if one were to say that these barren buildings were terrifying. The most attractive part was that there were ghosts in this deserted village. As for whether it was a real ghost or just a gimmick for the resort to attract tourists, no one knew. Some of the tourists said that they really saw something unclean when they were in the exploration vehicle at night, while others said that it was just a scary atmosphere that caused them psychological pressure. But no matter what, this place was already famous. Moreover, during the night visit, visitors had to take the exploration vehicle provided by the hotel. Visitors were strictly forbidden from trespassing into the deserted village, and visitors were not allowed to get off the vehicle and leave during the tour. These might be tricks used by the resort to scare tourists to make money. After all, riding in the expedition car required a fee. If tourists drove or walked to the deserted village to explore, how could the resort make money? This kind of relatively scary entertainment activity. Normally, Boss Bai wouldn't agree so easily. It's just that these past few years, although the rumors about the barren village were scary, Boss Bai wouldn't agree so easily. However, none of the tourists who took the exploration vehicles to explore had any problems. They all returned safely. Therefore, Boss Bai had basically guessed that it was probably a trick for the resort to make money and attract tourists. There were actually no ghosts in the desolate villages. The exploration car was a small 9-seater minibus, and other than the driver and co-driver, there were only 7 people in the car. Lin Yi, Han Jingjing, Xinyan, Xiaolong, Tiger Right, and their 2 underlings were all in the same car. Naturally, Lin Yi didn't want to go with them, but Tiger Right and Xiaolong shamelessly got in the car. Lin Yi couldn't just kick them off, could he? He had no choice but to let them get in the car. But what Lin Yi didn't know was that Xiaolong and Tiger Right getting in the car had caused him quite a bit of trouble. The driver of the exploration car received a call from Days Su before he got in the car. The driver of the exploration car naturally knew what kind of status Days Su had. He was just an employee, and Days Su could be said to be half the owner of the resort. How could he not listen to Days Su? Days bro, is there anything I can do for you? The driver asked carefully, not knowing why Days Su was calling him at this time. I have a grudge against the passengers in your car. Days Su had already seen Xiaolong and Tiger Right get in the car, so he asked for the driver's phone number and called him. Ah. The driver froze after hearing Days Su's words. Lower your voice, don't talk. Just listen to me and do as I say. Days Su lowered his voice and ordered the driver, do you understand what I mean? I understand. The driver didn't dare to go against Days Su's words. He quickly calmed himself down and pretended to be nonchalant. Okay, later, when you bring the people in the car to the abandoned village, bring them to a secluded place and find an excuse that the car broke down. Then you get out, come back, and leave them there. Days Su said. That. The driver froze. This wasn't a good idea, was it? If he left these people in the abandoned village, and in a secluded place at that, how would he explain it to them? As the driver of the exploration car, he had driven between the resort and the abandoned village for many years. He knew very well that there were ghosts in the abandoned village. It wasn't a rumor, but a real ghost. It was just that the ghost had no intention of hurting people, but it was also under the condition that the resort did not disturb the ghost. The route that their car took was carefully chosen to avoid touching the ghost as much as possible. This was also the reason why they had been peaceful all these years. The unclean things that the tourists saw weren't actually hallucinations or psychological effects. In fact, sometimes, they could see the existence of a ghost somewhere along the route. Did you hear me talking to you? You don't want your job anymore, do you? Days Su saw that the driver wasn't talking and immediately got angry. Just tell me if you want it or not. If you don't want it, I'll find someone else. Okay. The exploration car driver had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. He had no choice but to agree. The job of the exploration car driver in the resort was to go out every night. It was easy, and the salary was high. He didn't want to lose this job. But seeing a group of innocent tourists being left in the abandoned village and possibly scared out of their wits, the driver couldn't help but sigh. No matter what, he couldn't go against Days Su. Chapter 2458. After smoking a cigarette, the driver got in the car. He couldn't find a reason for the car to break down, so he refueled the car as usual. The driver didn't refuel the car, leaving only enough gas for a one-way trip. There was basically no gas left once they reached the abandoned village. Abandoned village. Haunted. Lin Yi looked at the brochure in his hand, thinking that this was most likely the resort's way of attracting tourists. Lin Yi couldn't say that he didn't believe in ghosts, but at least Lin Yi hadn't seen one yet. Even when he was exploring the tomb, he didn't see any so-called ghosts. Of course, it wasn't as if these things didn't exist. Lin Yi had read in some ancient texts that when a practitioner trained to an unimaginable level, they'd be able to cultivate a primordial spirit. The primordial spirit could leave the body, and even after the physical body died, it could still survive. However, this was different from ghosts. This was a great power of the practitioner, and there was a fundamental difference from ordinary ghosts. The car started slowly. Lin Yi's car, whether it was intentional or not, became the last car in the entire team. After refueling, it followed the team in front of it down the hill. The mountain road was very rugged. It wasn't a regular mountain road, but the resort's own training path. It wasn't open to the public, so there weren't even any street lights. One could only rely on the car's searchlight to see the road clearly. As for the two sides of the road, there was dense forest. If it was a coward, it would be especially creepy. Lin Yi wasn't afraid of this kind of mountain night at all. When he trained at West Star Mountain, it was scarier than this, and Wulanhate Mountain Range wasn't any better, so Lin Yi didn't care. Han Jingjing, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about what was going on around herself. She'd been playing with her tablet the whole time, not even bothering to look out the window. Lin Yi was speechless. This girl was way too carefree. Xinyan, on the other hand, was obviously nervous. She didn't look out the window. Unlike Han Jingjing didn't have time to look. She didn't think that the ghosts outside the window were as fun as refining pills. Xinyan, on the other hand, was a little scared. What ghosts? It's just a rumor, a way for the hotel to make money. Xiaolong couldn't help but speak up after seeing Xinyan's fear. What the hell? We are medical students. How can we be afraid of ghosts? It was just a trick to trick children. I dare to laugh at ghosts in front of their faces in the cemetery, ah ha ha ha. Xinyan frowned at Xiaolong's words. Even if it was the hotel's way of making money, there was no need to say it in the car, was there? There was a chauffeur in the car. How could he be happy when he heard that? As expected, the driver of the exploration car felt sorry for the people in the car, but after hearing Xiaolong's arrogant words, he felt a bit guilty. That trace of guilt in his heart suddenly vanished. Isn't this a scam? Didn't he not believe it? I'll let you guys have a look. You can't say that there is no soul, Lin Yi said. You can't say that everything that can't be explained by science isn't science. It can't be explained now, but it might be explained in the future. Didn't you think you saw a ghost when you saw a car a few hundred years ago? What Lin Yi didn't say was that cultivation and pill-making were impossible in the eyes of normal people. It was just that there was a chauffeur in the car, so he didn't make it that clear. Hey, Lin Yi, what do you mean by that? Xiaolong curled his lips. I think you're scared. If you're scared, get off the car now. We're going to the abandoned village. You don't have to go. Lin Yi didn't bother with Xiaolong anymore. He turned his head and ignored him. Xiaolong thought that he was better than Lin Yi in terms of theoretical knowledge. He was overjoyed, thinking that he would regain his heroic image in Xinyan's heart. He was beaten up by the robbers and Su Lingzi, and then bullied by the turtle. Why would he be afraid of ghosts? From Xiaolong's point of view, he'd act bolder and more fearless, and Xinyan would think that he wasn't that useless after all. The car slowly drove into the abandoned village. The huge arch at the entrance shone with a sad light under the moonlight, and Xinyan subconsciously shrunk back. Xiaolong saw this and couldn't help but say, it's just a broken arch. It looks like a soccer goal in the daytime. It's not that big of a deal. But after entering the village, the car Lin Yi was in changed its direction, going in a different direction from the rest of the cars. It went into a small road at the fork in the village. Why isn't it going the same way as the cars in front? Lin noticed the problem and asked. Oh, every car has its own itinerary. There'd be no point in exploring if they were all gathered together, and we'd lose the fun of exploring the village. The driver had already thought of an excuse beforehand, and so he explained it when Lin asked. Is that so? Lin frowned. Lin didn't see the car in front, but at least the two cars in front were going the same route, one in front and one behind. They didn't split up, so Lin doubted the chauffeur's words. I say, Lin, are you scared? Just say it if you're scared, there's no need to find excuses. Xiaolong heard Lin Yi's words, and felt that Lin Yi was getting more and more scared. Lin Yi was an Earth-class mid-phase peak, and he didn't even flinch when facing the robbers and the turtle, but that didn't mean he didn't have a weakness. Fear of ghosts had nothing to do with strength level. Many people would maintain a respectful heart in front of the unknown. If Lin Yi was especially sensitive to things like ghosts, then it was reasonable for him to be afraid. Lin Yi wanted to ask a few more questions, but since Xiaolong had already said so, Lin Yi didn't bother. They were within the range of the resort, so there shouldn't be any big problems. He just felt that there was something wrong with the route the car was taking, so he asked. But then again, even if there was a problem with the route, Lin Yi didn't care. So what if there was a problem? The chauffeur wanted to rob them. That was simply courting death. After the car entered the fork, the road became a lot more bumpy. The car may have been modified, but it was still difficult to walk on this kind of road. Why is this road so hard? Lin Yi was even more confused. If every car had a different route, then Lin Yi could force himself to believe it, but to say that this road was this hard, Lin Yi didn't believe it. To be continued. Chapter 2459. There would be an expedition car almost every night. Even if there was only one car on this road, it would be a smooth road every day. It would not be as bumpy as it was now. The only explanation was that this road was not used often. It was a last-minute decision by the driver of the car. However, what was the purpose of him doing this? Did he want to take them to a deserted place to rob them? However, as the driver of the resort, if it was a robbery, the police should be able to solve the case easily. Lin Yi also believed that he would not be so stupid. Who would go out to explore at night with a lot of money? If there were other purposes, Lin Yi could not figure it out. It was the first time they came to this resort, and it was the first time they participated in this deserted village adventure. They did not know the driver in front of them at all. What purpose could he have? After passing through this part of the road ahead was much easier to walk. However, although the road here was easier to walk than before, Lin Yi could see at a glance from the traces of the soil on the ground that cars usually did not travel here at all. This was a dirt road with no wool marks on it. It could be said that this should be a road that exploration cars usually did not travel on. Why did they travel this way today? The searchlights on both sides of the exploration car began to work. This allowed the passengers in the car to clearly see the scene outside the car window. This was an extremely gloomy village. There were dilapidated houses, dry ancient wells, some buildings without signs, and tomb-like hills. Everything looked particularly gloomy and terrifying. Even the driver of the exploration car could not help but shiver at this moment. He drove the car here according to Su Leng's instructions. However, he had not been on this road for 4 or 5 years. The last time he came was during the day. Even though he had a map in his hand, he was a little afraid to get out of the car and run back alone. The environment here was too scary. Suddenly, the car was extinguished. The driver of the exploration car glanced at the fuel gauge and found that the car had no more fuel. He took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry. The car seems to have some problems. The fire has been extinguished. Let's take a look around here first." I'll see if I can repair the car first. If I can't, I'll call for help. The car is broken. Lin Yi was even more suspicious. The car had been perfectly fine before, so how could it have broken down? Yeah, I'm sorry. The exploration car driver replied nervously. In his eyes, Lin Yi was the most meticulous person in the world. Previously, he had already discovered many flaws. At this time, he was probably starting to suspect something. But now that it had come to this, he had no other choice. He could only bite the bullet and continue carrying out Dae Su's plan. Lin Yi, you can't be that timid, right? Since the car is broken, let him fix it first. Let's get out of the car to take a look and explore. Xiaolong was eager to show off his bravery. As far as he was concerned, deserted villages and ghosts were all fake. It's written in the tourist brochure of the deserted village. Tourists are not allowed to get off the bus without permission to avoid accidents, Lin Yi said calmly. He was not afraid, but he felt that what happened today was strange. Xinyan, did you see that? How cowardly were some people? Such a person. He can't be a boyfriend. Xiaolong said to Xinyan. He didn't mention a name, but everyone knew who he was talking about. What's the use of being a practitioner? Not everything can be solved with fists. If you don't even dare to walk in the dark, you won't be able to leave your house in the future, right? It's fine if you guys get off. Just don't go too far. It's not convenient for me to repair the car with you guys in the car, the driver said cooperatively. Lin Yi, look, the driver already said that. Why are you still in the way? Xiaolong asked. Alright then, let's get off and take a look. Lin Yi was even more suspicious of the driver's goal. Why couldn't he repair the car when the tourists were in the car? The tourist brochure clearly stated that tourists weren't allowed to get off the bus halfway, but the driver was chasing them away. Lin Yi wanted to see what the driver was up to. After a moment of silence, he smiled. Alright, let's get off and take a look. Xiaolong looked at the dangerous look on Lin Yi's face. Keep acting, keep acting. Let's see if you'll wet your pants when we get off the bus and explore the deserted village. Han Jingjing put away her tablet with a nonchalant expression and stood up to get off the bus. Xinyan didn't want to, but there was nothing she could do about it. She felt a lot more at ease with Lin Yi by her side. As for what Tiger Wright said about Lin Yi being afraid of ghosts and not daring to get out of the car, Xinyan naturally didn't believe it. It was complete nonsense to her. Lin Yi wasn't even afraid of robbers and sky-class turtles. Why would he be afraid of ghosts? A gust of cold wind blew past as they got off the bus. Xinyan couldn't help but shiver. She moved closer to Lin Yi, but didn't dare get too close. She didn't want to go too far in front of Xiaolong. Seeing how Xiaolong had been targeting Lin Yi, Xinyan knew that Xiaolong hadn't given up on her yet. What he said at the bottom of the valley was probably just empty words. Hey! It's so exciting here. Let's go over there and take a look. Xiaolong pointed at a shady place not far away. We've got nothing to do anyway. Let's see if there are any ghosts. We're just nearby. It's not good to go too far, is it? Xinyan was a bit hesitated. Girls had an instinctive fear of dark places like this. Of course, Han Jingjing wasn't on the same level as her. Han Jingjing wasn't afraid at all. She looked around the place. Lin Yi didn't move, but Lin Yi's divine sense was focused on the car. Lin Yi felt that there was something wrong with the driver, so Lin Yi paid attention to him after he got off the bus. Brother Leng, it's me. The driver of the exploration car carefully dialed Leng Su's number to report the latest situation. Oh. Did you do what I told you? Leng Su asked. I did, Leng bro. I brought them to a secluded place, but it's too scary here. I don't dare go back alone. The driver said carefully. Drive back when they get off. Can't you just leave them there? Ling Su said. To be continued. Chapter 2460. But the car's out of gas, I didn't fill it up. The driver said carefully. Idiot. Then wait in the car until the sun rises. Naturally, Su wouldn't send a car to pick him up at this time. He wouldn't be able to achieve his goal of scaring Xiaolong and the others. As for whether the driver would be scared out of his wits, that wasn't Su's concern. Hello. Hello. Bro days. The driver looked at the phone and sat down in the driver's seat, depressed. He lit a cigarette and tried not to look out of the window. This area was the most haunted area, and it was also listed as a key danger zone on the resort's map. Drivers and tourists were strictly prohibited from coming to this area. Not to mention at night, even during the day, it was best not to come. The driver of the exploration car knew that there were unclean things nearby, so he naturally did not dare to look around casually. Lin Yi was an Earth-class mid-phase peak, and he had the ability to eavesdrop on the driver's phone. Naturally, he could hear everything clearly in this quiet night. Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smirk. So the driver was under Rash Su's orders, abandoning them in the wilderness. It seemed like this disaster was caused by Xiaolong and Tiger Right, and he, Xinyan, and Han Jingjing were just suffering along with them. It was obvious that Su wanted to use this method to get revenge on Xiaolong and Tiger Right. But, after understanding this, Lin Yi was relieved. Su's goal was nothing more than to scare Xiaolong and Tiger Right, but one of them was a doctor, and the other was a refiner. Unless there really was a ghost here, it wouldn't be able to scare them. Since Xiaolong wants to go, then let's go. It's pretty cold here, and we'll freeze if we don't exercise, Lin Yi said to Xinyan. Lin Yi felt that something was wrong after he said that, because it didn't seem to come from Lin Yi's own will. It was as if someone had instigated Lin Yi. Or perhaps there was a voice calling Lin Yi, telling him to come quickly to the dark place in front. Lin Yi's willpower was very strong and firm. In a short moment of absent-mindedness, he discovered the problem. However, Lin Yi wasn't sure what the problem was, just like that sudden sentence just now. Was he being blinded by greed, or was he just curious himself? Let's go take a look then. Xinyan agreed, much to Lin Yi's surprise. She'd been very timid before, but now she seemed to be very curious. Ha, Lin Yi, look, even Xinyan is braver than you. Xiaolong said. Lin Yi was confused and didn't have the mood to argue with Xiaolong. He was about to say something when he saw Xinyan following Xiaolong, Tiger Right, yellow hair, and purple hair into the shadows of the village. Big bro Lin Yi, don't you think something's wrong here? Something doesn't feel right here. Han Jingjing turned around and looked at Lin Yi with a serious gaze. Something's wrong. Lin Yi glanced at Han Jingjing. What's wrong? Jingjing can't describe it, but there seems to be something strange about this place. Jingjing feels that although this place is dark and eerie, there seems to be an invisible magic that makes people want to investigate it. Han Jing said with a frown as she looked at the pitch-black darkness not far away. Then you. Do you want to go investigate? Lin Yi's heart tightened. Han Jingjing had the same feeling. Did Xinyan and the others have the same feeling? I want to, but I'll listen to big bro Lin Yi, Han Jingjing said. Lin Yi looked at Han Jingjing and took a deep breath. He had this feeling before, but it was because of his strong willpower that he woke up. But Han Jingjing's mind was terrifyingly calm. She was able to notice something was wrong even in a situation like this. This made Lin Yi more and more confused about Han Jingjing's background. This girl was a genius with an abnormally high IQ. Her thoughts were also abnormally sharp, and she was extremely calm. Seeing Xinyan leave with Xiaolong and Tiger Right, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This didn't fit Xinyan's personality. She didn't like being too close to Xiaolong and Tiger Right, but now she didn't wait for him and Han Jingjing, instead following them into the shadows of the barren village. This didn't make sense. Xinyan, wait. It would have been fine if Han Jingjing hadn't said anything, but she had the same feeling. He was pretty sure that there was something wrong with this place. He subconsciously called out to Xinyan. It's dangerous here, don't go far. Lin Yi's voice made Xinyan stop in her tracks. She turned around, confused, and her heart skipped a beat. Why did she follow Xiaolong and the others here? She wanted to turn back, but Xiaolong started to talk. Lin Yi, if you're scared, just say it. If you don't go, don't delay others from going. Xiaolong looked at Lin Yi, mocking him. Xinyan wanted to turn back after hearing Lin Yi's words, but she didn't know why, but after hearing Xiaolong's words, she turned around and walked forward. It was as if there was some kind of magic in front of her, making her lose her mind again. Let's go take a look, be careful. Lin Yi hesitated, but still followed. Lin Yi didn't know if it was because of Xinyan, or if it was because of the demon in his heart. Oh, okay. Han Jingjing nodded and followed Lin Yi. Come on, come on, come on. Lin Yi couldn't shake the feeling that there was a magical voice calling out to him, but he couldn't hear anything when he tried to listen carefully. All of this seemed so strange, and the dark place in the distance seemed even more ghastly and terrifying. This feeling made Lin Yi feel uncomfortable. There was something strange about this place. A haunted village, in theory, should be fake. It was a way for the resort to attract tourists, but at this moment, Lin Yi felt that the rumors weren't just groundless. The few of them walked further and further away. That shadowy place that didn't seem very far away seemed abnormally far away when they walked, abnormally unreachable. The little mound was so close, but no matter how much they walked, they couldn't reach it. It was as if the group was walking, and the dirt mound was walking as well. No matter how fast they walked, no matter how far they walked, they couldn't reach the dirt mound. But no one noticed anything out of the ordinary. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he came back to his senses. Shock flashed in his eyes. This was something that couldn't be explained with common sense. Lin Yi had encountered something like this before. To be continued. Chapter 2461. It was that time in Zhang Liju's graveyard, that seemingly endless path, that bottomless abyss. Everything was so strange, and it was similar to today's situation. Lin Yi suddenly turned around, and was even more startled. What was behind them was no longer the way they'd come. The exploration car was nowhere to be seen, and behind them were intersecting paths and dilapidated cottages. There were messy stone tablets and statues of some unknown things, but there was no way back. Lin Yi bro, you noticed it too? Han Jingjing asked all of a sudden. Oh. You noticed it long ago. Lin Yi looked at Han Jingjing, a little surprised. Yeah. Han Jingjing waved the tablet in her hand and said, our GPS coordinates haven't changed, but the scenery around us is completely different. In other words, we might have encountered the legendary ghost wall, and we've been going around in circles. Lin Yi looked at the tablet in Han Jingjing's hand, a little taken aback. This girl always used scientific methods to fight against things that weren't scientific, and she'd find a way to solve them. This surprised and delighted Lin Yi. Then, where's the exploration car? Lin Yi asked. Right here. Han Jingjing pointed at the coordinates on the tablet. I recorded it when we got off the car. So you're saying we've only walked less than half a kilometer? Lin Yi looked at the map on Han Jingjing's tablet, very surprised. That's about it. Han Jingjing said. You're quite cool-headed, using the GPS to calculate our location at a time like this. Lin Yi praised. Because I have Lin Yi bro with me. With Lin Yi bro here, I won't be scared anymore. I can study these things in peace. Han Jingjing said seriously. The two were talking when a creepy laugh came from the front. Lin Yi stopped in his tracks subconsciously and raised his head to look ahead. A white light flashed in front of Xinyan and the others, and a misty shadow appeared out of nowhere. The shadow did not look like a human, nor did it look like a naturally formed fog. It was more like the soul of some kind of monster. Coupled with the creepy laughter, it didn't take a genius to figure out that this was the so-called ghost of the abandoned village. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream rang out. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. The voice didn't come from the ghost, but from Xiaolong. Xiaolong sat on the ground, his face ashen as he shivered. His pants were wet, and it was evident that he'd pissed himself. Right Coiling Tiger wasn't as useless as him, but he was shaking as well. This unknown terror made his throat go dry. He didn't know what to say. He was starting to regret listening to Xiaolong and coming down to explore. There really was something unclean in this village. Yellow and Purple Hair were practitioners, and although they weren't as messed up as Xiaolong and Right Coiling Tiger, their faces weren't too good either. This kind of strange and unexplainable thing, even strong practitioners didn't know how to deal with it. Who's there? Don't play tricks. If you don't show yourself, I'll kill you. Purple Hair was a mystic class master, after all, and he was a high and mighty existence in the common world. He still had some confidence facing this monster. Keek keek. The ghost formed by the mist suddenly laughed, and the laughter made people feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, Purple Hair felt like his throat was being strangled. He let out a ha-ha sound, wanting to say something, but he couldn't. Although, under everyone's strange gaze, a bang sound rang out. Purple Hair seemed to have been hit by a huge force, and he shot out from where he stood, smashing into a stone tablet a dozen meters away, making a loud bang. Pfft! Purple Hair spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly heavily injured. He struggled to stand up, but he didn't have the strength to do so, and after swaying a few times, he fainted. Yellow-haired and Right Coiling Tiger's faces were filled with shock. When the purple-haired man said those words, the two of them even felt that someone was trying to scare them. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Purple Hair was a mystic class master, and to be able to heavily injure a mystic class master, what kind of master was that? The strangest thing was that the two of them didn't even see how the other made the move, and from what they could see, no one made a move, but Purple Hair was sent flying out just like that, smashing heavily into the stone tablet. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Lin Yi frowned at the evil ghost in front of him, and his guard was raised to the maximum. Of course, Lin Yi didn't think that it was a ghost. When he was exploring the ancient tomb, wasn't Boss Yu also pretending to be a ghost and killing people? At this moment, Xiaolong was stunned, and he wasn't too surprised that Purple Hair was sent flying. He just sat on the ground, expressionless. What made Lin Yi curious was that Wang Xinyan didn't say a word from start to finish, just standing there. Although she didn't turn around, and Lin Yi couldn't see her expression, Lin Yi could see from her body that she wasn't afraid. Because Wang Xinyan stood very steadily, not trembling, and not stumbling. This made Lin Yi suspicious. When did Wang Xinyan become so brave? When they were in the exploration car, Wang Xinyan was very resistant to getting off. How did she become a different person in such a short amount of time? Wang Xinyan. Lin Yi cursed inwardly. Something was wrong. Wang Xinyan must have fallen into some kind of magical state right now. After Lin Yi's shout, Wang Xinyan didn't react at all. She didn't even turn around to look at Lin Yi. This situation made Lin Yi even more certain that Wang Xinyan must have been bewitched by something in front of her. Lin Yi took a deep breath and started to compress a pure qi bomb in his hand. This intangible thing was also the hardest to deal with. Lin Yi didn't know if normal moves would be effective against it, but from the way Purple Hair was sent flying, this thing in front of him was definitely not simple. The most important thing was that Lin Yi couldn't use his golden finger to clearly see the strength of the thing in front of him. In other words, the person in front of him was either a very strong physical practitioner, or he wasn't. The moment he attacked Purple Hair, Lin Yi still couldn't feel his strength. In other words, he wasn't a physical practitioner. To be continued. Chapter 2462. If that was the case, then the result was a little hard to accept. The answer was that this thing wasn't human at all. Or rather, it wasn't even a spirit beast. Lin Yi could use his golden finger to check the strength of spirit beasts, but Lin Yi's golden finger didn't have any reaction to this misty thing. So Lin Yi didn't try the fiery 8 trigrams palm anymore. He started compressing the chi bomb and prepared to give this guy a big move. You. What are you? Yellow Hair's voice was trembling as he asked carefully. Kakik. The monster laughed again, but it didn't answer Yellow Hair's question. Instead, it seemed to be saying to Wang Xinyan, "Follow me." With that, the monster slowly floated into the distance. Wang Xinyan, on the other hand, took a step forward and followed behind the monster. Wang Xinyan wasn't a practitioner, and her walking speed was limited. But the monster seemed to know her speed, and it floated in front of her at the same speed. Wang Xinyan. Lin Yi saw Wang Xinyan follow the monster, and his heart jumped. He yelled again. But what disappointed Lin Yi was that Wang Xinyan didn't seem to hear Lin Yi at all. She continued to follow the monster slowly. Jingjing, wait here with Tiger Right and the others. I'll go take a look. Lin Yi said with a serious expression. The reason why he didn't let Han Jingjing follow was because if Lin Yi used the chi bomb later, it would be very difficult to protect Wang Xinyan. He wouldn't be able to take care of Han Jingjing, so leaving her with Tiger Right and the others was the safest choice. Moreover, from the current situation, it could be seen that this monster-like thing seemed to be interested in Wang Xinyan. As for Tiger Right, Xiaolong, Yellow Hair, and Purple Hair, they didn't have much interest in her. Although it sent Purple Hair flying, it didn't die. It seemed that it only had one goal, and that was to capture Wang Xinyan. With that thought, Lin Yi quickly followed with big strides. However, the true chi bomb in his hand did not stop for even a moment. It was being compressed at a rapid speed. Lin Yi did not know what the enemy was, nor did he know how big the true chi bomb would be in order to kill it, so he could only try his best to compress as much true chi as possible, as long as he retained some of the true chi that could be used to repair his meridians after being injured. Lin Yi followed behind Wang Xinyan. The ghost in front of them didn't seem to care about Lin Yi. Its attention was all on Wang Xinyan. It turned a blind eye to Lin Yi's actions. Of course, it could also be that it saw Lin Yi, but it didn't care about Lin Yi at all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi discovered that Han Jingjing and the others behind him had disappeared, and he himself had arrived in an unfamiliar environment. It was as if the path he walked and the scenery he passed by were changing. What the hell are you? Where was he taking Xian Yen? If you don't say it, then I won't be polite. Lin Yi felt that the true chi bomb in his hand was almost done, so he said to that thing. However, that misty thing didn't seem to care about Lin Yi at all. It continued to lead Wang Xinyan forward in its own way, as if it didn't care about Lin Yi at all. Lin Yi frowned and suddenly increased his pace. He suddenly pulled Wang Xinyan behind him, and threw a true chi bomb over, exploding on top of that misty thing. Boom dash, a loud sound. This was the sound of the energy explosion. When Lin Yi released the true chi bomb, he used his true chi to separate Wang Xinyan. Lin Yi wouldn't die from the explosion, but if Wang Xinyan was hit by it, then she definitely wouldn't be able to survive. Following this loud sound, the misty thing exploded into pieces, turning into small wisps of mist that spread out. This situation made Lin Yi let out a deep sigh of relief. It didn't matter if the thing in front of him was a human or a ghost, it was finally killed. Ho! Lin Yi was about to turn around. Just as he was about to check on Wang Xinyan, he heard an eerie laugh. Ji. As Lin Yi looked over in horror, the misty thing that had turned into wisps of mist actually gathered together again, forming into that thing that didn't look like a human or a ghost. The laughter came from that thing. You're fine. Lin Yi looked at the misty thing in front of him in shock. Kid, I didn't think you'd have some skills. It's been thousands of years. You're the first person that can blast me apart. The thing finally took the initiative to talk to Lin Yi. Before, it didn't even bother talking to Lin Yi, Xiaolong, or Tiger Yu. What are you? Why did you take my friend away? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This thing wasn't afraid of the true Qi bomb. You don't need to know what I am. I took her away for a reason. After a short moment of silence, the thing spoke again. Go, I won't hurt you. You're a ghost. Lin Yi's brain was working furiously, trying to think of a solution. This thing said that it wouldn't hurt him, but it was only because it saw how strong he was. If it were purple hair, it would have sent it flying with a slap. Of course, Lin Yi's strength was only a little surprising in the eyes of this thing. It wouldn't hurt him, but that didn't mean it would let Wang Xinyan go. But this time, the thing didn't reply to Lin Yi, continuing to lead Wang Xinyan forward. Wang Xinyan's eyes were still empty, as if she had lost her mind. Lin Yi called out to her, but there was no response. Lin Yi wanted to stop Wang Xinyan from leaving, but he was afraid that this thing would retaliate. After thinking for a while, Lin Yi searched for ways to deal with ghosts in TV shows. Normal methods didn't work on this thing, so Lin Yi had to find another way. Lin Yi didn't watch TV shows usually, and after thinking hard for a long time, he finally remembered a ghost hunting movie he watched with Meng Yao and Yushu. It said that ghosts weren't afraid of attacks, but they were afraid of light and fire. In the past, there was also a saying that starting a fire could chase away small ghosts. Lin Yi thought about it, and this was the only way he could use it. Other Maoshan Taoist arts, Lin Yi didn't know a thing. Thinking about this, Lin Yi quickly followed, and suddenly condensed a fire element alchemic fire in his hand, grabbing at the misty thing. Arg! The misty thing cried out in pain, and it didn't care about leading Wang Xinyan anymore. It floated far away in an instant. It floated a few meters away from the alchemic fire in Lin Yi's hand before stopping. Its voice was full of shock. Elixir Refiner. Chapter 2463. That's right. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't admit that he wasn't an alchemist, and it seemed that he had made the right bet. This thing was really afraid of alchemic fire, and it didn't seem to be just a normal kind of fear. Its previously calm voice was now filled with fear. Lin Yi's words made the other party fall silent. After a while, it said, "Even if you are an alchemist, this is my territory. Without my permission, you will never be able to take her away, including your other companions. They will all get lost here and die." What do you mean by these words? Lin Yi asked without batting an eyelid. In fact, Lin Yi was overjoyed. He knew that this thing was starting to give in. It didn't make a move, nor did it say anything too extreme. It only said that even alchemists couldn't leave its territory. It's simple. I'll let you go, but she has to go with me. Although the thing didn't clearly say who she was, Lin Yi knew that she must be Wang Xinyan. That's impossible. Lin Yi didn't even give it a chance to bargain and directly refused. Then you will be trapped here until you die. I'm leaving. The thing said after a moment of hesitation. Do you think that you can leave? If you want to fight to the death, then I don't mind. Lin Yi once again condensed alchemic fire in his hand. During the conversation and the silence, Lin Yi had already begun to use the art of dragon mastery to recover the physical strength that he used when compressing the true Qi bomb. Your physical strength is limited. I don't believe that you can keep chasing me with alchemic fire. The thing was obviously not stupid. It said calmly, before, what kind of martial technique did you use? You must have used up a lot of your true chi, right? There shouldn't be much left now. Is that so? Lin Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he immediately released his true chi. Ha! That's impossible, in such a short time. You actually recovered 70 to 80% of your physical strength. How is that possible? The ghostly thing screamed in horror. Although this is a blessed land for cultivation, the density of the Jin Qi here is gradually thinning. Even if you were here, it would be impossible for you to recover so quickly. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Maybe it's impossible. That's not what you say. It's the truth. Lin Yi smiled faintly, then said, the speed at which I recover my true qi is this fast, so if this continues, it's hard to say whether you or I will die. That damn thing fell silent again. Obviously, it had tacitly agreed with Lin Yi's words. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in such a situation. Now, can we talk? Lin Yi asked again. All right. That damn thing was annoyed by Lin Yi's tone. Although he agreed to talk to Lin Yi, he still added, if I didn't exist in the form of a primordial spirit, you're just a small mid-earth class alchemist. You wouldn't even be qualified to carry my shoes. There's no if. Lin Yi was not annoyed. He just shrugged and said, if I wasn't an alchemist, I wouldn't be able to let you talk to me as an equal. That's right, there's no if. That damn thing was slightly stunned. Instead, he said, the victor is king, this is an unchanging principle since ancient times. If I didn't. Forget it, let's not talk about this. You're right, you do have the right to talk to me now. Alright, let's talk, do you decide to fight to the death or let us go? Lin Yi asked. It's absolutely impossible for me to let you go. That damn thing said decisively, I've waited for so many years, finally this opportunity. I don't have time, the aura of heaven and earth here is getting thinner and thinner, I can't wait any longer, if I wait any longer, my primordial spirit will slowly dissipate. Primordial spirit. This was the second time Lin Yi heard this damned thing mention this name. Could it be that this damn thing in front of him was really a trace of a super powerful cultivator's soul left after his death in ancient times? Lin Yi had read in some anecdotes that some cultivators could guarantee that their primordial spirit would not be destroyed when they died, and one day they could rebuild their body or take over someone else's body, but there was no confirmation of the truth of this matter. Because in the current cultivation world, the highest master was the Heaven Stage Master. Above that, Lin Yi really hadn't seen it, even little Miss Rock Candy might not know about it, so for the things mentioned in the anecdotes, Lin Yi really didn't take it seriously before. But now, hearing this damn thing mention it, Lin Yi's heart moved slightly. You are a primordial spirit? Lin Yi asked. You know about primordial spirit? That damn thing was obviously stunned. I heard that some high-level cultivators can guarantee that their primordial spirit will not be destroyed when they die, and one day they can rebuild their body or take over someone else's body. Is that true? Lin Yi said what he knew. More or less. That damn thing didn't deny it. You want to take over someone else's body? Lin Yi looked at Wang Xinyan, and his expression changed slightly. He suddenly thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. That damn thing was a little speechless at Lin Yi's words, you think too much. Let's not talk about the fact that she is not a cultivator, she is just a mortal. I would choose you to take over someone else's body, not her. Besides, taking over someone else's body is a trick of the demon sect. I just want to protect my primordial spirit and rebuild my body one day. I see. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief and said, then why are you looking for her? I found a special aura on her body. The ghostly thing said, with this aura, I can speed up my cultivation. Right now, the heaven and earth spirit chi here is very thin. My cultivation speed is far from enough to replenish the daily consumption of my primordial spirit. In other words, I'm living off my primordial spirit, and if this goes on for too long, my primordial spirit will become unstable, and my soul will dissipate. Lin Yi's face changed a little at the words. He didn't think that this damn thing's senses would be this sharp, able to discover Wang Xinyan's secret. Lin Yi thought that this secret wouldn't be easily discovered by other cultivators. After all, Lin Yi wasn't the only cultivator around Wang Xinyan. There were other cultivators around her, but none of them had discovered it. Now that this damn thing had discovered it, Lin Yi's face darkened a little. Oh. It looks like you've discovered this secret as well. That damn thing saw the look on Lin Yi's face, and knew that Lin Yi probably knew about it as well. That's right. You recovered your chi so quickly just now because of this strange fragrance. School Bell's Bodyguard is on sale now. It's on Amazon, Dang Dang, and Taobao. Readers who like it can buy it for their collection. To be continued. Chapter 2464. Lin Yi didn't say anything. He didn't deny it, nor did he admit it. No, even if there is such a fragrance, it is impossible for you to recover so quickly in this place where the heaven and earth spirit chi is so thin. No, definitely not. The ghostly thing denied its previous judgment. Don't think about these useless things. First, are you going to let them go or not? Lin Yi asked. Let them go. After the ghostly thing said these two words, it suddenly didn't say anything. What do you mean? Lin Yi saw that the ghostly thing was silent and frowned. Let me ask you something. The ghostly thing suddenly said. What? Lin Yi asked. Nothing, forget it. The ghostly thing didn't ask again. What do you mean? Lin Yi was somewhat puzzled. I can let you go, but you have to agree to a condition of mine. The ghostly thing suddenly put forward its own condition. Why should I agree to your condition? Lin Yi asked. Just as you said, although you want to fight to the death, you won't be able to kill me in a short period of time, and I won't be able to kill you. Although you can continuously recover your strength and true energy, it will take you some time to kill me. That ghostly thing said slowly, although I'm afraid of your alchemic fire because it will consume the energy of my primordial spirit, it won't be able to kill me in a short period of time. In any case, I'll be able to fend for myself in a few more decades anyway. If you don't agree to my conditions, then we'll fight to the death. I believe that you can recover your physical strength and true chi, but your friends and the one in front of you won't live long without eating. When the time comes, you will leave alone and your friends will die. Lin Yi was somewhat speechless, but he didn't doubt the ghostly thing's words. This ghostly thing didn't need to deceive Lin Yi about these things. Moreover, if you agree to my condition, I will give you some good things in return. Furthermore, if you agree to my conditions, I'll give you something good in return. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't say anything, the ghost began to tempt him. Anyway, those things were basically useless to it, so it might as well take them out to sell a favor. What is it? Lin Yi asked after pondering for a moment. You come with me. I'll take you there to have a look, the ghostly thing said. All right. Lin Yi nodded his head and agreed. Now that he could condense his Dan flame, he wasn't afraid of this ghostly thing deceiving him. Moreover, it seemed like this ghostly thing needed his help, so it wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. With that, the thing floated forward with Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan following close behind. Xinyan's eyes were still empty, as if she was possessed, but Lin Yi was relieved. This ghostly thing probably didn't have any ill intentions toward Xinyan for now. They walked forward for about 400 to 500 meters. It wasn't very far, but the scene in front of them suddenly changed. In theory, they should be able to see the situation here from the previous place, but Lin Yi couldn't. Clearly, the environment here was under the control of this ghostly thing, and it used some kind of camouflage spell. "It's here," the ghostly thing said calmly. Lin Yi walked over and lowered his head. He found a skeleton on the ground. The flesh had long since decayed, and it looked like it had been there for a long time. Beside the skeleton, there was a small bag. Lin Yi didn't know what the small bag was made of, but it didn't rot or break, and was in perfect condition. "Is it this?" Lin Yi pointed at the small bag on the ground and asked. "Yes, this is a practitioner who accidentally broke into this place to steal something, and I killed him. This is his relic," the ghostly thing said. "Oh. Relic?" Lin Yi bent down and opened the small bag. In the bag, Lin Yi saw two things. One was an incomparably large spirit beast core, and Lin Yi could feel the enormous amount of energy within it as soon as he touched it. The amount of energy was at an unimaginable level, much more than the spirit beast cores that Lin Yi had obtained before. This surprised Lin Yi. "Spirit beast core?" "Yes." The ghostly thing said proudly, "This is what he stole from me, this core." You just need to know that it's not a normal core. Keep it, it has great use, don't waste it." "Oh." Lin Yi originally wanted to collect it and make a profound chi necklace with other spirit beast cores, but this ghostly thing said that it was a great treasure, so Lin Yi hesitated. Therefore, Lin Yi asked, "If I use it to make a profound chi necklace, is it considered a waste?" "Extremely wasteful." The ghostly thing seemed to be very angry after listening. "A profound chi necklace, only 5 heaven-rank spirit beast cores are enough." Hiss, Lin Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. "Only 5 heaven-rank spirit beast cores? Why does it sound like heaven-rank spirit beast cores are very worthless?" This also reflected a problem, and that is, the spirit beast core in Lin Yi's hand must be beyond heaven rank, so what level of strength would it be? "Okay, don't ask so much, you don't need it for the time being, just keep it." The ghostly thing seemed to not want to explain too much to Lin Yi, and just said so. "Okay." Lin Yi nodded. "The heaven rank peak late phase master is a poor bastard, there's only a fragment of the map in the bag, I don't know if it's of value to you." The ghostly thing pointed at the bag on the ground and said. "Ah. A heaven rank peak late phase master? You killed him." Lin Yi looked at the bones on the ground in shock, and his heart ached. If he didn't use his Dan fire to suppress this ghostly thing, he might really be nothing in its eyes. Dead, just a poor bastard," the ghostly thing said. "This is it, take a look and see if it's okay, if it's okay, then promise me one thing." Lin Yi hesitated, but still silently found the fragment of the map in the bag, but after seeing it, Lin Yi was slightly shocked. This fragment of the map was very familiar to Lin Yi, he even had 2 fragments like this in his house. This fragment of the map, the one he got from the secular house use auction, and the one he got from the shark's stomach, should be the same type of fragment. He didn't think that he would find another one here. However, Lin Yi didn't know the specific use of this fragment of the map, but since the secular house you valued it so much, it must have some value. To be continued. Chapter 2465. However, in Lin Yi's eyes, the common house use position had obviously dropped a lot. They weren't as mysterious as before, so the value of this map was naturally lowered by Lin Yi. This was also why Lin Yi kept them in the drawer to collect dust and didn't study them. But now that this map had appeared beside the skeleton of a Sky-class late-phase peak master, it proved that this map still had some value. A Sky-class late-phase peak master didn't bring anything else, but a map was enough to prove this point. No matter what, there was no reason for Lin Yi to let go of such a good thing. Although he didn't know what these 2 things could be used for, Lin Yi still decided to keep them. "What conditions do you have?" Lin Yi looked at the thing and asked. "Promise me first or not." The thing said. "If you don't say anything, how can I promise? Lin Yi frowned. If you want me to die, would I still die? That won't be possible. The conditions that I've set out will guarantee that all of you will be able to leave safely. You won't have to pay anything, and it won't cause any substantial harm or loss to you. The ghostly thing said, moreover, it's just a piece of cake for you. Now that you put it like that, I'm a little confused. What conditions are you talking about? Tell me. Lin Yi was very puzzled. Why was this thing stuttering? Why couldn't it just say the conditions? This is very important. You have to promise me first before I can say it. The thing said firmly. Okay. Lin Yi was a little helpless. If it's really as you said, and your conditions are really nothing, and it won't cause any harm or loss to me and my friends, then I can promise you. But if it's not as you said, then the promise is invalid. Lin Yi was a person who took promises seriously, and he didn't easily promise things to others. And if he promised, he would find a way to do it. Since this darn thing wanted Lin Yi to guarantee first, Lin Yi naturally added such an additional condition. Ha, how refreshing. The ghostly thing laughed and suddenly pounced on Lin Yi. You. Lin Yi turned pale with fright. He was just about to condense his pill fire to fight against this ghostly thing, but he hadn't condensed his pill fire yet. Thus, a huge change occurred. What happened next caused Lin Yi to be indescribably horrified. After the ghostly thing rushed towards Lin Yi, it suddenly shrank into a straight line and entered Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi's first thought was that he had been possessed. However, even though he was shocked, he didn't notice anything strange. He was still himself. Even his thoughts had not changed. It seemed that he had not been possessed. However, where did that damn thing go? If he didn't possess me, then why did he disappear after entering my body? Just as Lin Yi was in shock, suddenly the ghostly thing's voice was heard again. Thank you very much. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I will definitely repay you in the future. I didn't expect this, I didn't expect this. Lin Yi was slightly stunned, but then his expression changed. Because the way this ghostly thing spoke was the same as the way he and Zhao Lao conversed. It was transmitted directly to the mind through thoughts, and this ghostly thing was doing the same now. Didn't that mean? Did it run into my jade pendant? Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly turned pale with fright. He subconsciously entered the space of the jade pendant, but when he saw it, he was immediately dumbfounded. At this moment, that ghostly thing seemed to be enjoying itself, staying in the space of the jade pendant. Although it only occupied a small corner, in Lin Yi's eyes, it was so dazzling, stimulating Lin Yi's nerves. This is my jade pendant, how did this thing come in? Since when can my jade pendant allow strangers to enter and leave freely? What the hell is going on? You, how did you come in? What do you want to do? Asked Lin Yi in shock. This place is much better than that girl. I didn't expect this, I didn't expect this. I'm going to sleep here first. You don't have to care about me, just pretend that I don't exist in the future. The ghostly thing said excitedly, when I wake up, I will give you benefits. You want to live here for a long time. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched twice. And, didn't you agree to my conditions? It's just a little effort from you, and it won't cause harm or influence to you and your friends. I did what I said. The ghostly thing said. You. Lin Yi didn't know what to say. Well, I'm going to sleep, goodbye. With that said, the ghostly thing didn't wait for Lin Yi to answer. It shrunk into a small ball and hid in the corner of the space of the jade pendant. Hey, you wait first. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're occupying my territory now. Why don't you explain how you came in? There was no sound. The ghostly thing really did what it said and went to sleep directly. Lin Yi's words were equivalent to saying nothing. You. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say because it was useless. Sighing helplessly, Lin Yi turned to look at Zhao Yazi and said, Zhao Lao, what did it do? How did it come in? How would I know? It came in just like that. Zhao Yazi shook his head. This space is yours, not mine. I'm just an avatar of my primordial spirit, primordial spirit. You're also a primordial spirit. Lin Yi was stunned and asked. It seems so, but I'm not too sure. I've already said that a lot of my memories haven't been unlocked. So, there are a lot of things that I can't explain. Zhao Yazi said, however, it's obvious that this thing can come in because you instructed it. As for how you instructed it, I'm not too sure, but it doesn't matter. It shouldn't have any malice towards you. Lin Yi nodded. If this ghostly thing had malice towards him, it wouldn't have waited until now. Moreover, it had always been easy to discuss with him. This made Lin Yi slightly relieved. Everything would have to wait until this ghostly thing woke up. Well, I don't know when it will wake up. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. This space hasn't been condensed yet, but it already came in. It's really strange. It's in the form of a primordial spirit. It's different from ordinary things. In fact, it's also your primordial spirit that entered the space. Your body is actually still in the outside world. Zhao Yazi explained. So that's how it is. Lin Yi was a little surprised. I also have a primordial spirit. Isn't it only after reaching a certain level that one can cultivate a primordial spirit? Your mental cultivation method is special. Zhao Yazi said. The school bell's personal expert text, welcome readers to log in. Read the full text. Chapter 2466. Chapter 2472, Secret Service. They were all shocked. Then, if I accidentally die, can my primordial spirit be preserved? Lin Yi asked. I don't know. You can try, but you won't be able to live if you die, Zhao Yazi said. Lin Yi was speechless. Ha! Where am I? Lin Yi heard Xinyan's surprised voice all of a sudden. Lin Yi hurriedly came out of the jade pendant space, but he saw a completely different scene. The barren village was still the same barren village. The skeleton on the ground was still there, and the small bag that Lin Yi emptied was still there. However, the scene behind him had completely changed. Not far away, Han Jingjing, right coiling tiger, Xiaolong, yellow hair, and purple hair were all there, and they could faintly see the lights of the expedition car in the distance. This place had completely returned to normal, and it was no longer a hallucinatory state. Xinyan, on the other hand, was looking around with a confused expression on her face. She let out a breath of relief when she saw Lin Yi standing right beside her. Xinyan, are you all right? Lin Yi hurriedly asked. I'm fine. Xinyan shook her head, a little confused. Lin Yi, I remember getting off the car, but I don't remember anything after that. How did we end up so far away? Why are there skulls on the ground? Xinyan was a medical student. After all, she was a little scared by the skull, but not to the point where her legs went weak. It's okay. We encountered a ghost wall and couldn't get out. Now, everything is over. Lin Yi said, let's go. Let's go back. Wall hitting ghosts. Xinyan's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't remember anything from before, and it seemed like nothing good had happened. But it's nothing. It's all in the past now. Lin Yi didn't want to explain too much to Xinyan, in case she overthought things. After all, Xinyan had lost her mind before, and she didn't feel much of the horror. All right. Xinyan nodded, not wanting to stay in this damned place. Han Jingjing and the others were also very surprised. Previously, they saw Lin Yi walking away and suddenly disappeared. Now, they could see Lin Yi again. They were a little surprised. Lin Yi and Xin Yan walked over. Xiaolong was still sitting on the ground, his face still ashen. Right Coiling Tiger, on the other hand, was looking at the sudden change in scenery with a bit of surprise and confusion. Where's that ghost? Yu Panhu glanced at Lin Yi. He was scared away by me. Lin Yi was unwilling to explain further. He could not tell He Panhu about the jade pendant. In fact, until now, Lin Yi still hadn't recovered from the shock. The jade pendant had always been his biggest secret. Other than himself, only Jiao Yazi knew about it. How did this damn thing know? It was a little unbelievable. The scariest thing was that it could enter and live there. Lin Yi felt very helpless. Scared away. Yu Panhu blinked. You scared it away. Yeah, that thing was scared of the core fire. It ran away as soon as I started the core fire. You could have scared it away too, Lin Yi said. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Yu Panhu was speechless. He wouldn't have been so scared if he'd known earlier. I didn't test it out earlier, Lin Yi said. Alright, let's go back. Your purple-haired follower should be dead soon, right? He's fine. I gave him a small recovery pill. His wounds are all external, and he'll be fine after we control it. Yu Panhu answered Lin Yi honestly. The situation before had scared him to death. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, they might not have been able to walk out alive. Plus, old man, you had told them that Lin Yi could hurt even sky-class masters. Yu Panhu was very afraid of him. Xinyan sis, are you okay? Han Jingjing looked at Xinyan up and down, a little surprised. Xinyan didn't look scared at all. It seemed that there was some kind of inside story behind this. I'm fine, I'm fine. Xinyan smiled. She was indeed the least frightened of the group, and hadn't seen the thing from the very beginning. She only woke up when the thing entered Lin Yi's jade. Oh, that's good then. Han Jingjing nodded. Xiaolong got up from the ground and looked at Lin Yi and Xinyan in silence. He blushed a little awkwardly. It was his idea to get out of the car and explore this place, but he was the first one to be scared out of his wits. It was Lin Yi, the one he'd been mocking all this time, who was the first one to rush in when Xinyan was in trouble. It was obvious who was the stronger one here, and Xiaolong was embarrassed. He didn't dare act cool in front of Lin Yi anymore. The group walked in the direction of the adventure car in silence. Suddenly, a skull flew towards Xiaolong from the sky. Xiaolong had just been scared out of his wits, and even though Lin Yi said that he scared the ghost away, Xiaolong still hadn't recovered from his shock. Suddenly, a skull came flying at him, scaring him out of his wits. Ah! Xinyan had been walking beside Lin Yi with her head down when she heard Xiaolong scream. She jumped in fright and looked up to see the skull flying towards them. Ah! She subconsciously jumped into Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi, on the other hand, wasn't scared. He wasn't scared of that thing that was beyond sky class, so why would he be scared of a flying skull? But with a beauty in his arms, Lin Yi was naturally happy to let nature take its course. He hugged Xinyan and said, "Don't be scared, it'll be fine, meow." A cat's cry broke everyone's fear. When the skull came closer, Xiaolong saw that it wasn't a freaking flying skull at all. It was clearly a cat that had somehow managed to push the skull of a skeleton onto its head from who knows where. However, this cat's color was black, so it wasn't particularly clear in the dark. It couldn't be seen from a distance. If one didn't look carefully, they would really think that it was a flying skull. Fuck! You scared me to death. Xiaolong panted and rubbed his chest. Yu Panhu didn't know what to say. He wouldn't have been scared if it weren't for Xiaolong's reaction. Xinyan, on the other hand, was blushing as she tried to escape from Lin Yi's embrace, but Lin Yi was holding her so tightly that she couldn't break free. Lin Yi, I'm sorry, I was scared too, I couldn't help but hug you tight. Lin Yi let go of Xinyan awkwardly and laughed. Yes, please. Chapter 2467. Xiaolong's face darkened. He didn't want to mess with Lin Yi right now, but Lin Yi hugging Xinyan right in front of him wasn't something he could accept. But it was his own fault for mistaking the black cat for a skull, scaring everyone. That was why Xinyan jumped into Lin Yi's arms, and why Lin Yi could take advantage of the situation. He couldn't blame anyone else for that. But Xiaolong still said sourly, Lin Yi, you don't look that brave. A skull scared you. Oh, the skull didn't scare me, it was your scream that scared me, Lin Yi said faintly. Don't you know there's a saying that scaring people can scare people to death? With that, Lin Yi picked up the black cat from the ground. He didn't know when this skull was put on the cat's head, but the upper half of the skull was almost dead on the cat's head. It was obvious that this cat had been wearing this skull since it was young. In that case, the unclean thing that the tourists saw here was most likely this black cat. After all, this ghost that surpassed Sky Class didn't have the time to scare the tourists. It couldn't even train itself. It would only come out to scare people away if they accidentally entered its territory. The other routes, in theory, didn't see ghosts, so it was most likely this black cat. Xiaolong didn't think that his sarcasm towards Lin Yi would result in him getting outsmarted by Lin Yi. He wasn't happy, but there was nothing he could do. They walked back to the car, only to find that the door was closed. Lin Yi went up and knocked on the door. Who is it? Who is it? The driver was very scared in the car, and he didn't dare look far. He clearly saw that Lin Yi and the others didn't go far, but they disappeared in an instant. It wasn't hard to imagine how scared he was. The car was out of gas and couldn't move forward. He could only lie in the car and wait for the sun to rise. He didn't dare look around, in case he saw something unclean. He didn't care if Lin Yi and the others lived or died. If they died, then so be it. He could just say that Lin Yi and the others didn't listen and got off the car without permission. The resort wouldn't take too much responsibility. The driver was about to fall asleep when he heard a knock on the car door. His scalp went numb, and his heart raced. Was it a ghost? Lin Yi was pissed off at the driver's words. This guy was obviously sent by that idiot Su to mess with them. If it wasn't for the fact that he was an elixir refiner and made an agreement with that damn thing, they would have all died here today. Xiaolong didn't know that this place was dangerous. It was understandable for him to encourage everyone to get off the car. After all, he thought that the barren village was just a tourist attraction. If he knew how scary it was, he probably wouldn't have come down himself. This driver, on the other hand, had no regard for human life. Xinyan had almost died, so there was no way Lin Yi would let this driver go so easily. At that thought, Lin Yi picked up the black cat in his hand and stuck it on the window of the driver's seat. The driver was terrified, but he could only suppress his fear and raise his head to see what was going on. But when he raised his head, the driver's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped wide open. He saw a skull outside the driver's window. Moreover, within the skull, there was a pair of glowing green eyes staring at him. Oh my god! ####%. Ghost! The driver screamed in terror and lay on the steering wheel, not moving an inch. Lin Yi put the cat down casually, and under the shocked gazes of the others, he pushed the door open and got into the car. Lin Yi, why are you scaring him? Who's going to drive if you scare him to death? Xiaolong frowned, not understanding Lin Yi's actions. There's no gas in this car. He won't be able to drive even if he's alive, Lin Yi said faintly. Ah. No gas. Xiaolong blinked. Isn't it broken? He told Xiaolong and Right Coiling Tiger about what happened and harumphed. Isn't this all your fault? Xiaolong was a little embarrassed, but he still defended himself. If I didn't stand up for him, you would have stood up for him when he was harassing Xinyan. How can you blame this on me? If I stood up for him, that idiot Su would have turned into an idiot. I wouldn't have given him the chance. Lin Yi glanced at Right Coiling Tiger faintly. I'm sure Coiling Tiger knows this very well. There's a blue-haired guy in his house, and I blew his brain up with pure energy. You Coiling Tiger shivered involuntarily, forcing a smile. Alright, Lin Yi, what's done is done. Kong Bro was just being nice. He's not as strong as you, so it's good enough that he could do this. Xiaolong, on the other hand, felt a little awkward. He turned around to check if the car was really out of gas. When he saw the driver, he realized that the driver had no heartbeat. Lin Yi, he's scared to death. Oh, so what if he's dead? Lin Yi said nonchalantly. Lin Yi didn't need to hide anything in front of Xiaolong and Right Coiling Tiger. There were too many people related to House Kong and House Yu that had been crippled or killed by Lin Yi, so there was no need to hide anything. There weren't any other students present, anyway. Wang Xinyan and Han Jingjing were people that Lin Yi trusted, so he wasn't worried that they'd tell anyone. The corner of Xiaolong's mouth twitched. Indeed, the driver of the exploration car was dead, and he deserved it. Xiaolong was actually quite happy about it. It was a relief to him. He'd been holding back a lot of anger before, and when he found out that he was tricked by the driver, he felt even more depressed. Now that Lin Yi had helped him vent his anger, it was the same as helping him vent his anger. Then, what do we do now? We can't just stay here forever, can we? Xiaolong's interest had waned. He'd thought that Lin Yi was afraid of ghosts, but Lin Yi wasn't afraid at all. He'd made a fool out of himself, so naturally, he didn't want to stay here any longer. But before Lin Yi could say anything, his phone rang. Lin Yi took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. He picked it up immediately. Hello, Mr. Bai. Latest update, please.